Okay, welcome to the City Council closed session for November 7th, 2023. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 5:02 PM. Roll call, please.
Councilmember White,
Here.
Councilmember Voigt,
Here.
Councilmember Lara,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn,
Here.
Mayor Martinez.
Here. And do we have any public comment regarding closed session?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, seeing none, City Attorney Pinckney, can you read the items for discussion?
Yes, the council will meet in closed session. Item B1 will be conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. And that's one case, Beaumont versus PB 240. And then also the council will meet in closed session on item B2. And that is conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956, there's a typo, but it's 54956.9D1 and/or 2 and/or 3, and the workers' comp cases that will be discussed are listed in the agenda. Item B3 is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city designated representatives are the city manager, Elizabeth Gibbs, and the Administrative Services Director, Carrie Mendoza. The employee organizations are the police managers, SEIU, Police Officers Association, and the managers professional technical. And that's it.
Okay, with that, we'll adjourn to closed session.
It was 50-50.
Okay, we're returning from the closed session. City Attorney Pinckney, can you report out for us, please?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item B1 was conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item B2, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 and/or 2 and/or 3. There was no reportable action taken. Item B3 was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.6. The city designated representatives, City Manager Elizabeth Gibbs, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. And the employee organizations were the police managers. There was no reportable action taken in closed session as to the police managers. There will be action taken in open session momentarily. As to the SEIU, there was no action taken in closed session. As to the manager's professional technical, again, there was no action taken in closed session, but we are going to have action taken in open session momentarily. With respect to the Beaumont Police Officers Association, there was action taken in closed session. There was a motion to approve side letter number 4 with the Police Officers Association. The motion was made by Councilmember White. The second was made by Councilmember Voigt. And the vote was Mayor Martinez in favor, Mayor Pro Tem Fenn in favor, Councilmember Lara in favor, Councilmember Voigt in favor, and Councilmember White in favor. And then if we can move to the next item on the agenda, Mayor, it's listed as action on any closed session items, and there are instances where something may be discussed in closed session, but under the law, it has to be acted upon in open session. And so if the council's inclined, the motion would be to approve a third side letter or third side letters with the manager's professional technical group and the Beaumont Police Managers Group.
I will make that motion.
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. All right. And does that conclude our closed session items?
It does.
Okay. With that, then, we will be moving to the regular session for the City of Beaumont for November 7th, 2023. I will call the meeting to order at 6:03 PM. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Voigt?
Here.
Councilmember Lara?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Here.
Mayor Martinez?
Here. Okay, with that, Councilmember Voigt, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Absolutely. Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin.
Okay, do we have any conflicts of interest disclosure or adjustments to the agenda?
Mayor, there is one conflict. Well, he's going to recuse himself. So our interim public works director, Robert Vestal, will be recusing himself when his employment agreement comes up.
All right, thank you. All right, seeing no others, we will move on to item E. So item E is the announcement, recognition, proclamation, and correspondence item. And I'd like to start with the recognition of Tanner Marin Williams. So we have written, City Council is so proud to introduce Private First Class Tanner D. Marin Williams. Tanner, the son of Kurt Williams and Patrice Marin, was raised in Beaumont, attending Brookside Elementary School, Mountain View Middle School, and Beaumont High School. In fact, I was one of your teachers. I'm sure you do remember. He was a part of the AVID program and a recent honors graduate from Beaumont High School, class of 2023. Tanner played competitive soccer throughout his childhood and the 2022 Citrus Belt League champions as a part of the Beaumont varsity soccer team. Tanner wanted an early start to boot camp, where he gave up his high school graduation ceremony to report to Marine Corps Recruitment Depot in San Diego. Tanner compared the first phase of boot camp like the Karate Kid washes cars and windows. He quickly rose to a leadership role in Platoon 2167. He scored 297 out of 300 on his physical fitness test, scoring the highest out of 600. He entered Crucible Week with 2 stress fractures and pneumonia and officially became a Marine. Last Friday, November 3rd, Tanner graduated as the honor graduate for Platoon 2167, an all-company honor graduate, which means he finished first out of the final 497 graduates. He also earned the Chesney Puller Award for his outstanding performance while in recruit training. Private First Class Tanner D. Marion Williams, you have relentlessly determination to face challenges head-on. For a Marine, grit isn't just a choice, it's the foundation way of life. You are a living example that stress isn't just physical, and we are so grateful for your commitment to serve our country. Tanner, I had you as a student, both as class and as a TA, and I will have to verify that he is definitely a young man of courage and honor, and I was so appreciative to have you, listening to your stories and talking about your future. And you came and talked to me right at the end saying you were going to forego your graduation ceremony. And I asked you why. He said, no, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go to boot camp. And I hesitated for a while, but I said, okay. And now look, I had a little tear. So we are so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. The city's so proud of you. And congratulations on becoming a Marine. We have a certificate of recognition. On behalf of the Beaumont City Council, we would like to recognize your achievement of graduating as an all-company honor graduate of Platoon 2167 of the United States Marine Corps. You have demonstrated exemplary qualities of a leader and continue to make your family and community and your teacher proud. Thank you so much. Come on up. We definitely have to congratulate you. Good job, buddy. Good job. So let's have pictures. We got to have a picture. Here's yours. This is your second award. And I'd like to have a picture with you. Would you like them to turn around? Is that good there? All right. Okay. Are we okay here, or do you want to move up here? Do we do our thing? This is whatever it looks like. All right. We can have them come up too.
Want to come up here?
Yeah, let's have them come up. Come on up here. We always bring them up. There we go. Stand there in the center, you man of the honor. All right, Mayor Tanner. It could be.
Great job.
More officially. All right, once again, good job, buddy. Thank you. Congratulations, sir. Stay safe. Keep it up. Wow. Okay, moving on to our next introduction of our grants analyst, City Manager Gibbs. you introduce Brittany Novice for us, please?
Thank you. So as Brittany Novice joins us at the podium with Finance Director Jennifer Eustachian, I'm going to allow Jennifer to introduce her. But the reason this is such a significant event tonight is because this is one of your target and goal areas in your strategic plan. And so I wanted to take a moment just to introduce our new grants analyst because we have achieved that particular council goal.
No.
Okay, thank you. So I'm excited and pleased to introduce Brittany Novice. Brittany holds a Bachelor of Science in Communications from Arizona State University with a data analytics certification from Harvard Business School. She brings with her 5 years of government experience, beginning with FEMA in 2017 in response to California wildfires, where she administered emergency funds to disaster survivors. Most recently, she was with the County of San Bernardino, where she managed specialized funding streams, state and federal grants to fund mental health programs and services. So I'm excited to introduce Brittany Novice.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be aboard. Thank you.
All right, looking forward to working with you.
Welcome
Thank you.
aboard.
Okay, that brings us to item E1, the Waste Management Recycling All-Star Awards, which brings up Mr. Tanny. Are you introducing this today? Sure. Awesome, come on up. Oh, yes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. Most of you know me, I'm Doug Tawney, and I'm the Public Sector Manager for WM. And tonight we're here to recognize the City of Beaumont's Recycling All-Stars. So these All-Stars were picked by the drivers. They were chosen by the drivers that service them daily, weekly. It depends on their type of business or home. This award was based upon their frequency, how often they put out their recyclables, low contamination. Also, they're clean containers. So the drivers watch out for it. They make sure that, they're doing their best to keep an eye on who's doing the best job. So we're here to announce 2 recipients. The first one will go to the best commercial business. And that business is it Señorial Mexican Restaurant? And that's Brenda, is that correct? To accept the award.
Yeah, so on behalf of the city, we have our certificate of recognition also for El Señorial Mexican Restaurant. For the City Council of the City of Beaumont, recognize you for your exemplary recycling efforts as a part of the Waste Management's Recycling All-Stars program by doing your part to recycle often and recycle right. Awesome.
And that is a commercial truck.
Here you go. Do you want to
Thank you. All right, next is our residential recycling all-star, and it's presented to, I don't want to butcher the last name, but it's Jonathan Villalobos. It's not Villalobos Villa? Yeah, Villalobos Villa. Yeah, okay. And he was recognized for the best residential recycling all-star.
On behalf of the city, we have your recognition here also for your part of recycling often and recycling right. Congratulations. There you go.
Okay, sure.
You bet. I know, it's cool. Good, are we?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Tani. Okay, with that, we will move to item F, our public comment periods. Do we have members of the public wishing to speak?
No members of the public. I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, seeing none, that'll move us to item G, the consent calendar. Are there any items which to be pulled for discussion? Do we have any public comment on a closed item discussion, or excuse me, a consent item discussion?
I have no public comments for consent calendar. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line for consent?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, I do wish to pull item 9 for a quick comment.
Mayor, can I pull 10 just for a clarification?
Yep, we can pull number 10 as well. So we're looking for items 1 through 8 and 11. Any others wish to be pulled?
Mr. Mayor, I'll move then to approve consent calendar items G1 through G8 and G11.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. Okay, so let's go first item, pool G9. So my only comment is, okay, what's my computer doing here? There's a bit of a lag here. Okay, my only comments concern, section 3. Whoa, what are we doing? I don't know what, oh, is that what it? Oh, I got. Yeah, that's the one I need. Where's the touch? Yeah, I'm looking for that touch thing that moves. Yeah, I don't know what.
I got it. It's the computers are done.
Is that it? Yeah. Okay, so on section 3, question on the quorum. So it reads that each member shall be allowed to send an alternate from the represented organization to fill in. The alternate will count towards the meeting quorum, but will not be considered a voting member. So how does that work as far as procedure-wise? So if you are attending, you make the quorum, but if there's not enough voting members, then you can't vote. Yeah. So, okay, so we need to clean that up, or, so we can go on with business with the quorum. We can do that, so the meeting can still continue, but you just can't vote on anything, so,
I mean, you could have situations where you have one person that isn't gonna be voting, but you have enough to approve something.
yeah. So.
But there's also the possibility where you have multiple people that are showing up and that are not voting, and you don't have enough votes to pass something. That's a possible scenario.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you want to clean that up, or if we want to say, you know, we can continue with business, but, you know, I mean, it stands to fact, if you don't have enough voting members, you can't vote. So you can continue or conduct a meeting, discuss, have input,
Correct.
so that you can go. So if you want to leave it, if that's understood, I guess we could do it that way.
We can clean up the language
Yeah.
to make it more specific.
That's all. And then on section 4, I did ask last time about the student to be singled out, that it would conclude not for the 2 years, but for the school term. It kind of alludes to that a little bit before, but it doesn't really come out and say. So at the section 2, it says the student member selected from the Beaumont Youth Council during the months of September, June, which shows you're selected, but then down here for its tenure and term, I think it probably should say that the student member should be for the school year.
We can add that to section 4.
Yeah, that's all. So nothing major there, just some little cleanup issues. So I'm willing to make a motion to pass that with those cleanup language, if that's what you need.
I'm sorry, can you say that?
I'm just
again?
willing to make the motion if council agrees with that cleanup language in place, so we don't have to bring this back again.
What we can do if council so chooses is to make the alternate a voting member.
Well, that one I'm a little more concerned with, because when we interview, we're interviewing the person, and it kind of, part of the interview process is that person's gonna be voting based on whatever we decide, the reason that we chose them. So if they start sending people, unless it's an official alternate.
The alternates would be chosen by council.
So do we have a process on the alternate? Okay, well then, yeah, then I don't have a problem with that. How about, any discussion with that? Alternate having voting power?
I'm okay with that. And we have the capacity when we are an alternate for a committee that we are assigned to, that we have those voting rights too.
Yeah, and it's an advisory committee, so there's no,
So we'll change the language such that we'll just strike, but will not be considered a voting member. And then
yeah, and then by quorum, it automatically allows it to be
Okay.
voting.
Okay, so I'll sustain that motion.
Just one point of clarification. I don't think that we mention that we are appointing alternates in section 2, however. One city council, one member representing a sports league, and 3 members of the Beaumont community. I don't think that we have identified alternates in section 2.
we're recommending 2 alternates.
Okay. So I think with recommending 2
We'll add
alternates and
that.
striking that, then I think we'd be good on that one.
So motion remains?
Yeah, with your.
Okay, and with my
amendment to
second,
accept,
okay,
yeah.
my second remains.
I'll call for a vote if you're ready.
Is everybody good?
Yeah.
Any other further questions? Yes, please.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. Okay, and with that, next item pulled from the consent was G11.
G10.
Excuse me.
And point of clarity on G10, pulled just because I included Councilmember Fenn as an attendee at the Cal Cities Conference in Sacramento in September, and he indeed was not an attendee at the conference. So we just wanted to make that point.
Spirit only, right? Not physical form. Okay.
For further clarity, Fenn should have been replaced with Voigt, Councilmember Voigt.
Oh, okay. All right. With that then, is there any discussion or questions?
I was the favorite while we were there, though.
Yes.
So even though I may have been left out, I was the favorite while we were there.
All right, I'll take roll call then. Well,
We have, I'll make a motion to approve with those changes.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. All right. Moving on, we are on item H for the Youth Council. I just want to mention that Ms. Kendrick and Mr. Warsinski will be doing a short presentation to the Youth Council on the Youth Council's meeting, which is next Tuesday. Do we have any comments or questions council wants me to bring forward? If not, okay, then that'll give us to item I, public hearing. So we are at item I1. Public hearing for plot plan PP 2022-0427, tentative parcel map number 38233, TPM 2022-0010, and environmental ENV 2022-0021, known as Xenia Apartments, located near the southeast corner of 8th Street and Xenia Avenue. Whew. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Carol Kendrick, Planning Staff, presenting this item. An application for a plot plan, a tentative parcel map, and an environmental review for a proposed 192-unit multifamily residential project was submitted to the city on February 2nd of 2022. This application was submitted by an applicant and is not city-sponsored. This item was advertised on September 13th, 2023, during the 30-day CEQA public review period, which included October 25th as the Planning Commission meeting and November 7th for the City Council meeting. The public notice was placed in the press enterprise, and property owners within a 300-foot radius were notified of the public hearing. Staff received one email from Dr. Blair Ball regarding the proposed project and discussing the availability for sewer, and staff did receive 4 comments during the CEQA review period. The Beaumont Municipal Code does allow for multifamily residential projects in the downtown residential multifamily zone, subject to a plot plan. This property is zoned downtown multifamily residential and has a current general land use plan designation of downtown mixed use. The property is surrounded by downtown multifamily residential zone property to the north, east, and west, with the property to the south as 6th Street mixed use, and all have a general plan designation of downtown mixed use. The properties surrounding the site include Do It Best and vacant land to the south, Tuscany Villas to the east, Noble Creek Apartments to the west, and single-family residential to the north. The site is 10.93 acres and consists of 7 parcels and is currently vacant and unimproved with the exception of the existing curb and overhead power lines on Xenia Avenue. The project is proposing to merge the parcels under a tentative parcel map. The project does include 16 two-story apartment buildings, again totaling 192 units, a water quality basin and other associated improvements. The proposed project will be gated and will be constructed in 1 phase. They are proposing a modern style of architecture with varied roof lines and building planes to create visual interest. The front elevations of the apartment buildings have 9 elevations and the sides have between 7 and 8. The building height varies from a little over 25 feet to almost 30 feet. The proposed project will require a minimum of 332 parking spaces, of which 128 are required to be covered. The applicant is proposing 408 parking spaces, with 128 of those being carports. The project as proposed will provide 2 full access unsignalized gated driveways, with one located on Xenia Avenue and the other driveway located on 8th Street in the eastern portion of the site. The 8th Street driveway is 25 feet in width with 12 feet of landscaping on both sides. The project is required to pay our TUMP and development impact fees and other fair share fees consistent with the city's requirements. Parking fields are located on the north project boundary and on a portion of the southeastern boundary adjacent to 8-foot landscape buffers. Additional parking is provided throughout the site and carports are situated in several areas of the project. The proposal includes providing sewer to the site as well as providing the opportunity for some of the single-family residences on 8th Street to connect to sewer if they choose to do so. The homes on 8th Street adjacent to the project site are currently on septic. The minimum usable open space requirement for this project is a total requirement of 38,000 square feet. The applicant is proposing approximately 1,400 square feet of private open space in the form of patios and balconies, and a common space area of a little over 27,000 square feet. That includes a pool and deck area, community building and fitness area, 2 open space courts, a dog park, and fitness amenities. The proposed development is consistent with general plan policy 3.3.1 that supports the development of new housing opportunities as defined by the land use element contained in the general plan, and policy 3.3.2 to develop a variety of housing types at varying densities that meet the needs of the residents of a variety of incomes, lifestyles, and needs. The subject parcels are also identified in our sixth cycle housing element for moderate income. Due to the scope of the project, a draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration were prepared and circulated between September 13th and October 13th. As I mentioned previously, we received 4 comment letters. One was from Agua Caliente requesting a tribal monitor during ground disturbing activities. We also received letters from Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District, Riverside Transit Authority provided a no comment email, and then Dr. Blair Ball inquiring about the sewer connections. The mitigation measures are provided in conditions 130 through 137. I'd also like to note the applicant did conduct a neighborhood meeting on December 14th of 2022 with 5 attendees to discuss the community concerns. The Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on October 25th and received testimony from the applicant and 2 property owners. The commission discussed the project in detail and recommended condition number 138 to require lighting in the outdoor fitness area that does not exceed the height of the walls. The required plot plan findings can be adequately met and are included in the staff report. So at this time, staff would recommend that the city council hold a public hearing and adopt a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for ENV 2022-0021 and approve plot plan 2022-0427 and PM 2022-0010 for tentative parcel map 38233, subject to the proposed conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation, and the applicant is here to answer questions as well.
All right, thank you for that. So let's go ahead and open the public hearing at 6:31 PM. And do we have public comment?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, seeing none then, I will open it up to council discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Finn?
Yes, thank you. So in looking at the overall map of the project, it looks like there's an awful lot of parking spaces, which makes me happy. But my question is, it was 196 units, was that correct? Did I get that correct? 192, okay. Do we know how many parking spaces there are without having to individually count them? Is that information readily available?
So they were providing 408 parking spaces.
408, okay. And then are there any type of vehicle charging stations within this complex, and is that any type of state mandate right now?
I would defer to the applicant on that. I don't have any charging stations shown on the site plan.
Okay.
Oh, Paul, wait.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
okay.
Please, sir. Sorry.
Sorry.
I was waiting for you to start talking.
So was I, I'm sorry. Good evening, Mayor and fellow council members. Yes, whatever the requirements are for EV charging stations, we'll be happy to install them. We didn't have any planned because I think there's been various code updates that are requiring it. So I think what I read last was that they're requiring a certain percentage of charging stations in the last code update. So to answer your question, we'd be happy to provide them whatever is required by the code.
Okay, all right, appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lara?
Yeah. Yeah, I too noticed the extra parking places. I think there's 72 extra over and above what planning is requiring. But, so I didn't see, in the conditions of approval, I didn't see a lot that addressed the traffic on Xenia from the school. That street gets heavily used by the school district, parents, kids, drop off. So they went through the EIR and,
They actually did a mitigated negative declaration, so they weren't at a level where they had, they couldn't mitigate to a level that wasn't less than significant.
okay. I know it's a big ask, but would the developer consider extending improvements along Xenia to 8th Street so that there's, I know traffic, it'll do little to improve traffic, but it will provide protection for the pedestrians that cross. You've got the kids and the parents and stuff that cross at that intersection.
So, Councilmember, we talked to staff regarding that request, and the scope of improvements far exceed what we can accommodate. From what I understand, it would not only require the widening of Xenia and the associated improvements, but it would also include the acquisition of right-of-way.
Right.
And we are providing the sewer on the north side. It's a separate sewer line to provide the sewer access for those residents. And the additional request, if it was just a sidewalk, we would accommodate it, but the full scope of improvements and really the killer is the right-of-way acquisition.
Okay, I just thought I'd ask. Thank you very much for that explanation. So in lieu of that, can we prevent parking from, on the outside of that within, because a lot of times with the apartments that you see around town, you've got a lot of street parking. This project, thank goodness, provides a lot of additional parking, and I'd just like to avoid any street parking if we can do that in that section.
So in the municipal code, it does allow off-street parking, but I'll defer to maybe the city attorney or the public works, the interim public works director, if we can condition it to red curb that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The municipal code allows city council to designate no parking zones and also the chief of police to identify no parking areas within certain parameters. I don't think the municipal code includes roughly 190 feet from 8th Street for this apartment, but for this complex here, but I believe the council has the authority to designate the no parking zone at a later date. I'm not sure it can be a condition of this project, but it can be taken as a separate item to create a no parking zone.
Okay. I just, the concern that I have again is the school traffic. I know it's heavily used. I've gotten complaints on that, in that drive, prior to the apartments, obviously. So if that's something staff can consider to bring back at a later time, I'd love to at least consider that.
We can certainly do that, but I do want to suggest that we consider how that's going to affect the parents picking up the kids if they can't park along the street there. 'Cause
If we can look into that, then I just want to make sure that, and if the parking is necessary to pick up, then just at least I'll know that.
Okay.
Thank you. And I do appreciate the fact that development is bringing sewer to, I believe it's 13 homes there in that area?
It's actually 10. There's 3 parcels that, due to topography, aren't able to make it work. So that was Dr. Ball that spoke about that.
I remember that was a point of discussion in the planning hearing. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember White?
Yeah, I have a few questions. It does say in here that the homeowners would be offered, those 10 homes we just spoke about would be offered sewer. What does that mean, offered sewer? I mean, is there a fee for each home to connect to the sewer?
That's correct.
Okay, and we have any idea what that fee is?
I don't know what the fee is off the top of my head.
Okay, I don't need to know it right now. I'm just, I know that I used to live in a house that we were offered to connect, but it was tens of thousands of dollars, and that was 40 years ago. So I just didn't know if that was an offer that most of them are going to accept or most of them will not accept.
So we are providing a sewer stub to their property line.
Okay.
In the rear of their property, and then they will need to make the connection from their house to the sewer, and that would require some sewer line from their house to that at the end of their property, and then the associated sewer connection fee.
Okay, and whether you can answer this or staff can answer it, what are parking fields?
So they're just the parking areas located in the,
Is that making up part of the 400 parking spaces?
yes.
And so, again, is a field paved or what, are they dirt fields? What are we talking about with parking fields?
So the parking is just the different areas where the parking, so there's parking located throughout the project, so they will be paved and striped, and we'll have 128 carports, but there's a higher propensity of parking in certain areas of the project, and so we're just identifying those parking fields where those.
Because I didn't see parking fields, I haven't looked through all of the maps, but I didn't see parking fields depicted in, well, this is a map on page 338. I'm just wondering where the parking fields are.
It's just the entire parking area throughout the project.
Okay, so there's not actually an area that's parking fields?
No.
Okay. And is the only entrance and exit, there's only gonna be one?
There's two. There's one on Xenia and there's one on 8th on the eastern side of the project.
Okay, and 8th is across the street from the water basin next to, between the school and the Sundance Corporate Center, right?
Yes.
Not too long, well, I guess it was long ago, 3 or 4 years ago, I was approached by a number of the property owners right there along 8th Street. And the safety of the sidewalk there is really in bad shape. And at that time, they told me, 4 or 5 years ago, they told me that 5 to 6 years before that, they had been promised, or the city had made a statement that we would start to address that. And I think when you have the traffic that Mr. Lara is talking about regarding the school, and you have all of the traffic coming in and out of that area, you know, I'm surprised that you didn't, or did you get any complaints from the homeowners there?
So the homeowners were very vocal at the beginning of this project, and so primarily they were concerned about being able to connect to sewer. There wasn't a lot about circulation. There were some discussions regarding some of the trees that are existing on the site, and
Well, what they were telling me at the time, and this was before the other school was in there, that there's no crosswalks other than down at the corner of Xenia and 8th Street. And so a lot of parents are parking in front of their homes, and then the kids are walking across the street, and 8th Street is getting busier and busier with what we have down at the other, down by the corporate center. So I do have some concerns about that. I know that it's not the project's responsibility to take care of the sidewalks and the frontage on those other properties, but it gave me an opportunity to bring this up again, and we need to look at that, because when I went out there, and again, this number of years ago, the sidewalks were deteriorating, and it's just not very safe for the kids coming across from school. Those are the only comments I have.
So along the lines, I have similar, because I was, oh, you
Sorry.
wanted to chime
I said
in
an
on that?
update for the cost to connect the sewer. Our current fee is $6,467.97 per house, per unit.
That's a connection fee?
Yes, sir.
That's after the developer's done what they're going to do.
Yeah, that's independent of the developer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and then the piping to get it there's different, that's all separate. The infrastructure needed to go from there to, okay,
Yeah, that fee is just for the privilege to connect to the city's facility.
okay. Thank you. All right, so my comments were similar to Mr. White's when it comes to how can the city get ahead of the, growing pains that's coming. We always heard from the public about, playing catch up. You see it coming, you're gonna have this amount of traffic and this amount of, people coming in, so what are we doing about it? So Mr. White made a good comment about, okay, so we know that they're dropping off along there, so are we looking into sidewalk, and are we looking into what the city can do in tandem to the project, so that when the project's done, we can have something completed and not have to go back and wait another year or two before we get things put in to alleviate some of that that's coming.
And we can look at that as part of the capital improvement amendment.
Okay. I just think it's a good practice going forward is when you see these projects coming in, seeing how we can work along with the builder. They do their part and then we can do ours, because if not, then you wait the year or two to have to get it approved and put it on the plan and so forth, and by that time, there's a lot of damage being done. So I think it's a good proactive amount or approach going forward. I did have a question on the range of rent. I think you mentioned something about medium income. Is this a medium income apartment complex, or is this a range from high to low?
So it's a market rate project, so we don't, it's not within planning department's purview to ask the rates. It is identified as moderate income in our 6-cycle housing element.
Okay, and that's what I'm looking for, because I know a lot of projects coming to the cities have that, how they're identified, and that's really what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for a price, but I'm looking for identification. So thank you for that. And are there gates at the entrances going into the project?
Yeah, yes.
There are gates. So are those gates I'm just trying to, again, look at the future and seeing a pileup of people trying to get in to the apartments and going through the school traffic and so forth. So is this like a type of community where you put a code or something in for the gate to open? And if so, are the gates set in to allow a few cars to come in and wait for the gate, or is it set closer? to
Planning
the
does request stacking for at least 2 vehicles, and the developer can probably talk about the gate entrance.
For guests, they can call in and get buzzed in, and then usually the tenants will have an automatic thing on their car that will open it. Usually it's a thing that goes on the light, and it just picks it up and opens the gate.
And do you allow 2 or 3 cars to go in before the gate opens, or is it?
It
closer
depends
to
on the
sidewalk?
timing, but I'm assuming if someone was right behind it, they could probably tail somebody in, but.
Well, no, I'm asking how close it is to the street. I'm just worried about the
Oh,
backup.
for the
into
stake,
street.
the stacking?
Yeah, for the stacking.
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head, but it meets the fire, the fire had a number of requirements for that.
Okay.
And there's also, if the gate doesn't open, there's a turnout as well.
Okay, well, I appreciate your
Yeah,
attention to
it's-
detail and following all that. It makes our job a bit easier. Go ahead, Mr. Chadwick. Oh, Jessica.
I just had one more, sorry, thank you, Mayor. One question for staff. Do we know if we provide public safety with the access into the gates as well? That would just be something that I want to make sure we request.
Yes, they're required to have a Knox box or Opticom system.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just curious what the average unit size is going to be, or a range, small to large.
The one-bedroom units are roughly around 750 square feet, and the 2 bedrooms are, call it 1,050. They range, there's a couple different plans, but it's like 1,042 to 1,057.
Okay. The reason I ask is we really need multifamily residential buildings here, so that people who can't afford to buy a house but can find a job in this area, we want them to be able to afford to rent. So I'm happy to hear that the size of those. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Did I close the public hearing? I did not. All right, so we will close the public hearing at 6:47 PM. And do we have any further questions or discussion from council? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we adopt a mitigated negative declaration for ENV 2022-0021, approve plot plan PP 2022-0427, and approve tentative parcel map number 38233, PM 2022-0010, for a 2-year period subject to the attached conditions of approval.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Boyd?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. Okay, so moving on to item I2, public hearing to amend sections 2.08.100 and 2.08.150 of the Beaumont Municipal Code pertaining to compensation of the city council, city treasurer, and city clerk following the adoption of Senate Bill 329. Staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You'll recall we spoke on October 3rd and had a review of SB 329 prepared by the City Attorney's Office, and a quick history lesson on the ordinances that have been adopted over time in regards to city council and/or city clerk and treasurer salaries. At that meeting, staff was directed to bring back the proposed ordinance and changes to the code section. The ordinance has been drafted the way the bill was written, which means it is recommending city council, city treasurer, and city clerk all at the $1,600 a month level. However, if you'll recall, staff proposed a portioned increase comparative for the city clerk and city treasurer. So we can take direction and make any necessary changes to the ordinance based on direction given tonight. And then we will bring it back for its second reading in 2 weeks. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you for that. I will open up the public hearing at 6:50 PM and ask for public comments.
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, I will close then at 6:50 PM. Bring it open to council discussion and questions. Councilmember White.
First off, let me start by saying none of us took this job because of what it pays. And many of us have put a lot of our personal time and work time in it to, over the last 9 years for Mike and myself. And again, those are choices that we made, and they were choices that we made because we could make them. For myself, I have an employer that will work with me and allow me to spend till 3 o'clock in the morning on some city council meetings and still get my job done, at a time that I have. But I do want to, but what I think this is about really is about the future. And I want to read a quick statement that I put together that I think sums up a lot of what I want to say. I will, for fair transparency, tell you I did get some help with ChatGPT on this, but it is my ideas and their words. I just want to be fair and transparent. Increasing council members' compensation is a crucial step toward ensuring that our local government can attract and retain the talent needed to make informed decisions and drive progress within our communities. This matter is not only about fair remuneration for the dedicated individuals who serve on our city councils, but also about promoting effective governance that benefits us all. Governor Newsom, a strong proponent of fair compensation for public servants, aptly sums up the importance of this issue with his statement on SB 329. Providing competitive compensation for our council members is essential to encourage diverse and experienced leaders to take on these vital roles in our cities. It ensures that the best and brightest are drawn to public service. This sentiment echoes the perspective of the bill's authors and supporters. The author of SB 329, Senator John, this is ChatGPT, so I'm going to erase the John Doe part, but it was Senator Roth, I believe, emphasizes. Council members play a pivotal role in shaping the future of our communities, and their work should be acknowledged with a fair compensation package. We need to support our local leaders and provide them with resources necessary to fulfill their duties effectively. Supporters of SB 329 agree that increasing council members' compensation is a win-win situation. It not only attracts qualified individuals who may have otherwise been deterred by the financial constraints of public service, but also motivates incumbents to dedicate more time and effort to their roles. This results in more effective representation and improved decision-making processes at the local level, benefiting our communities directly. In conclusion, increasing council members' compensation is supported by Governor Newsom and Senator Roth is an essential step toward ensuring a strong, effective, and diverse local government. By adequately valuing the work of our council members, we can enhance the quality of governance in our cities and create a better future for all residents. Thank you.
Great, thank you for those comments. So, SB 329 provides that authority to increase the compensation. The legislature has determined the amount, so there's no need to debate that. So I just view this as just compensation for the position, considering the responsibilities that the position holds, and of course the time entailed to perform those duties. The author made some great comments that I want to read that I truly believe in. And the author of the bill states that raising the pay will make it easier for members of marginalized communities to serve. City council should be reflective of the communities they represent, and I believe raising compensation is an important step to achieving that equitable outcome. Lengthy time commitments and limited pay discourage many, especially low-income residents, single parents, people of color, and young people from running for public office. Being a council member is a full-time commitment with part-time pay. So based on that and based on my comments, I truly support the ordinance amendment. And I support the increase to the city clerk, the city treasurer, and the council compensation. If I see no further comments, I'll entertain a motion.
can you clarify, are you taking staff's recommendation on compensation?
Yeah, so let me
For
read.
clerk and treasurer?
Yeah, so staff is directed, let's see.
A proportional increase.
Yeah, the proportional increase is correct.
And then I also want to add one comment that's very important.
Please do.
This does not take effect until the next election, and that means 1 year from tonight, 1 year from tomorrow. That is a very important message to the public, that you are not acting on pay that starts tomorrow.
And with that, the motion is to waive the full first reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, amending Title II, Chapter 2.08, Section 2.08, 100, City Council salaries, and Section 2.08, 150, City Treasurer and City Clerk salaries of the Beaumont Municipal Code.
I'll second that.
Is that correctly stated?
That's correctly stated. So you're approving the first reading, and to just reiterate what the city manager said, it's $1,600 per month for the council members and $560 per month for the treasurer and the clerk.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, roll call.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. All right, with that, that brings us to our action items for item J. J1 is appointment to the vacant seats of the Beaumont Planning Commission. So I want to go ahead and read kind of what we've outlined here tonight. So we have the council, let's see. So we're going to start with having the, Nicole, did you want to read the staff report?
If you'd like me to, I can.
You want to go ahead and do that?
Sure.
All right, go ahead and do that first, and then I'll read the procedure next. So let's do that first.
Good evening, council. This item is to appoint members to the vacant seats on the Beaumont Planning Commission. Currently, there are 2 partial term vacancies on the commission, and we received applications. There have been 3 applicants that have withdrawn their application. Those members are Charles Bryant, Murdad Damavati, and Victor Abdesation. In front of you are the applications with a list of the applicants that would like to be considered this evening. And then I will turn it over to the mayor to set the interview, ranking, and voting process.
All right, thank you, Ms. Wheelwright. All right, so basically how we plan to run tonight is the applicant will get 2 minutes to come up and introduce. So the city clerk will call your name, you'll come up, you'll get 2 minutes to introduce yourself, your reason why you want to be a planning commissioner, and so forth. At the end of that time, then each applicant will be have an opportunity to answer questions from council based on the interview process. After such, we'll have council discussion on the applicants. Then we will go into a ranking system where the city clerk will share her screen of the ranking spreadsheet and will explain that the ranking will be tabulated from 1 to 7, I believe. 1 being their first choice, 7th being, and so forth. Each council member will give their rankings in order of their spreadsheet, and applicants with the lowest score rank 1, 2 for second, and so forth. We will then have council discussion with an opportunity to discuss at this time any of the rankings. At that time, I will ask, after that discussion, I will ask for nominations. After all nominations are received, then we will take our vote to for each nomination in the order received until the positions are filled by a majority vote. An applicant who does not receive sufficient votes to be seated on the planning commission cannot be renominated by a council member who voted in the minority in favor of that applicant. So rather, a council member who voted in the majority against the applicant can renominate that applicant. And we'll work on that if it comes to that as we go through the process. Right, so we begin, go ahead, question?
Mr. Mayor, yes, in a request, and hopefully the council will agree to this. I don't want to add too much to it, but during the 2-minute introduction, to try to prevent me asking every candidate the same question, would it be okay and appropriate that they mention, have they been following along with the current planning commission meetings, and if there's something in there that they kind of just, hit a nerve with them or sparked an idea or something like that. And then for those who have not followed along, what can they do to explain to us a quick, overcoming a learning curve? This appointment's going to get right to work, and I believe there's going to be an important meeting coming up later in the month for some projects that they're really going to have to dive into. And so I have questions about, and I certainly want to give somebody with no experience the opportunity to be considered, but they're going to jump right into the fire. And so if they can maybe address something like that in their 2-minute comments, I think that would keep the number of questions down, at least from my perspective.
Okay, so that'll be fine if you can do that during your introduction. However, since they didn't prepare for that ahead of time,
Understood.
if they didn't answer, then feel free to ask them.
Okay, thank
When
you.
it comes up to questions, for all fairness. Okay, so at this time then, we will go to the 2-minute maximum introduction time, and City Clerk will call the name up.
Mayor, may I,
Another question?
yeah,
Or-
just sort of a comment.
Okay.
I would like to give the applicants the entire 2 minutes to talk about themselves, and I would prefer, rather than put some of them on the spot, to be able to take some of their 2 minutes to not only answer whether or not they've been following, but as well as solutions. I think that should wait till we do the questioning part. So I say that because the applicants can do whatever you want. I just want you to know that if you take the 2 minutes to tell us about yourself, and you don't get to Mr. Finn's question, that someone may ask you that. So,
And I think that's fair, because they might have prepared a 2-minute speech and so forth.
Understood.
So feel free, if you don't cover what's being asked, then you'll just be asked to come back up. Yes, Mr. Lara? Or, no question? You're good? Okay, so with that then, City Clerk, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, so we'll be calling your name up. You'll come up to the podium, give us your 2 minutes, or less, of your introduction and so forth. And we'll go through the whole list, sit back down, and then we'll go to the council calling individuals up that they want more questions answered or clarity. Okay, proceed.
First applicant is Urvonda Diaz.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Arvani Diaz. I'm a resident of Beaumont. And similar to many other people who came to Beaumont, I came from another city. I traveled all across the country. Oh, I thought I pressed it, but now here's an echo. I have traveled all across the country. I've gone to school in different areas. I actually have a bachelor's in liberal studies and a doctorate in occupational therapy. Something I want to mention about the city, and when it comes to city planning, is the fact that Beaumont is just one of those cities where when you're driving around and you see things, everything is just perfectly in line, which is an indicator of an adequate city planning committee. Something I would like to know is the fact that when I am participating in activities within the community, I've noticed a sense of pride among the residents and the ability of everyone to interact with each other. As I mentioned, my background is in occupational therapy. This includes assisting those with disabilities and including access. One thing that I find very beneficial is the fact that that you're able to interact with people of a variety of levels, and that the city is accessible to everyone and doesn't have any type of barriers. Thank you.
Mayor, did you want to ask questions of each applicant
No.
or just go through
I
all
wanted
of
to go
the?
through them all
Okay.
first.
Next is Miss Barbara. I do not want to mess up your last name, so I'm gonna say Miss Barbara and let you introduce yourself.
Just not as fast as I used to be.
Who is anymore?
Hello, should I push the button?
No, you're good.
Oh, it
It's
is.
already on.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Barbara Kwiatkowska-Amerton. I am Polish American, or rather Polish, West, North, and Scandinavian, European American. I'm American for 33 years, very proud of it. I am ethnomusicologist from UCLA. I have my doctorate. I have been a professor and teacher for many years. I am a resident of Beaumont for the 14 years. I have been very involved on my own, not administratively speaking, in improvements for the city. And I did mention via email and by phone to the previous mayor and appropriate individuals about matters of concern. As to prior experience within the city, no, I do not have it. As I said, I have been involved in improvements, and many of them did happen. And one concern I do have is that we are missing any cultural venues. And I think it would improve greatly our city if we had some kind of a concert hall for live performances, both modern and classical. I happen to be also a classical pianist since age 10, and this and a bookstore. We are missing culture, and that's what I would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Kyle Anders.
Barbara, if you'd like, you could take a seat in that front row. If we call you back up for questions, it might be easier for you. Thank you.
Thanks.
That's a good mayor entry. Very nice.
Hi, council and everybody. I didn't know I was going to be talking today, so I had an interest in this. A friend of mine, full disclosure, I'm sure you guys know him, Bob Tinker, who sits on the committee right now. He and I were talking a few times, and he listened to my complaints, and he said, well, Kyle, why don't you get involved? So that's why I'm here. I'd like to get involved. I got 6 kids. 5 of them still go to Beaumont schools. One of the reasons really made me want to get involved is I don't know what bonehead idea it was to put that bike lane in out there. I mean, you could look at the plan and say that's not going to work. Maybe it was to get federal funds and green rollers. I don't know. But that was a complete disaster, and we wasted a lot of money that I felt was not necessary to put that in. Because, if that freeway backs up, that street's just going to be a mess. So why bring it down to 1 lane? That didn't make sense to me. So more to your point about working with the people and thinking ahead in the future, Mr. Mayor, I appreciated that. I'm a service and repair plumber. I always hate it when I go into a place and they didn't think, why didn't I put a clean out in? So now it makes our job 10 times more messy, 10 times more hard, when a simple $5 clean out that would have been in the wall would have fixed the problem. So I would like to look for solutions to problems before they become problems as part of the planning commission. Really, and the cultural center stuff that you mentioned, that'd be great. We've got a stage right there in this building. We've got a local theater, which I'm a member of, Cass Theater, that would love the opportunity but cannot afford the fees. So let's work with them. Why not? Why not bring culture to Beaumont? We used to have City Park, I saw Kenny Rogers over there. It was awesome. Let's bring back the concerts in the park. Let's make this a destination for people. I said in my thing, we're becoming a little Moreno Valley with the drugs and the homeless and the mismanagement of that city. It's becoming over here. I'd much rather be more like Calamasa or Ukaipa, where they put those nice roundabouts and the big cultural center up the top. We can do that here. There's no reason why we can't, besides foresight. And I think if we had more foresight and people who wanted to be involved, I don't have any doctorates. I'm educated at Beaumont High. That's my degree, and then hard knocks of life. So I think I can bring some common sense and work with some people to get some stuff done. So that's all I have.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Next is Keith Tolbert.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Keith Tolbert. I've been a resident of Beaumont since November of 2018. We were the second family to move into Olivewood, which is still being built. The reason that I decided to take the opportunity to put my name in the hat for this is because since I've come to Beaumont, it's just been a city. I moved here from Redlands, and I've just been able to get into the culture of Beaumont, because Beaumont is a culture. I coach at the high school, I coach at the middle schools, at 3 different high schools in the district, and I've just been able to get into the culture. What I see happening as the kids are moving in, I like what I heard about the apartments, I like what I heard about planning ahead of time, but what I see is traffic. Traffic is an issue. That happens. I've seen as I pick my kids up from Mountain View. And so when I look around the city, we're growing so fast, and I want to be a part of the solution to be able to create solutions for those traffic issues off the 60. I know one of the projects that came to a halt there was Potrero, and that off-ramp there was supposed to be completed, and that came to a halt. When we moved in, that was a project that was underway, came to a halt. We'd like to see those type of things happen. I think it's great, culture and everything that is coming to the city, but we have to be prepared for all of that if it's going to come to the city. So I would like to see a strategic plan. By trade, I am a pastor. I've been a pastor for 20 years, and one of the things the Bible tells us to do when we do a project is count the cost. And so I'd like to see us do projects that are environmentally safe, economically sound, and even with some tax incentives for not just the city, but our residents.
Thank you.
Next is Mario Garay.
Mayor, City Council, good evening. Thank you guys for your time. My name is Mario Garay. I've seen many of your faces for some time now, and I decided to move to the city of Beaumont about 2 years ago. Being working for the county and understanding the geopolitical landscapes, I realized every city had its own unique challenges and its own unique cultural background, but I still decided out of all of them that I wanted to move to Beaumont. Because I felt that Beaumont just had an amazing historical background, and it sits in a perfect position for a really good exponential growth. I bring to the table a wealth of experience, not just in the construction. I've been a licensed contractor myself. I have also worked for county supervisors, so I bring that public sector experience. So I'm very familiar with the planning process. And most recently, actually historical, my grandfather was part of the Bracero program, which was a farm worker, a program from the federal government. Now I'm actually the one doing that for an international farmer. So I understand the value of water. I understand the value of our land and what we can do to be good stewards of that. So if I gain your support here, I think I bring that kind of knowledge and that kind of experience to really be a good voice for the people, good voice for the public, and bring a good quality of life perspective. So I do appreciate your time, and hopefully you guys have some questions for me.
Great, thank you.
Next is Philip Southard.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Philip Southard. I'm a 10-year resident of Beaumont.
I currently serve as the Public Information and Legislative Affairs Officer for the city of Menifee. I think Beaumont and Menifee are very similar, and we're both very fast-growing cities. So I think I bring a unique perspective because prior to my service in Menifee, I actually was the Public Information Officer in Banning, where I served for about 2 years. I also did consulting work here in the area for the Morongo Band of Mission Indians, as well as some of the local developers here. I have a lot of wealth of experience working with the development community on residential projects, commercial projects, industrial, as well as renewable energy. So Mayor Pro Tem Finn, you mentioned someone that can come in and hit the ground running. I feel I fit that bill. I'm looking for an opportunity to serve here in my community. That's given so much to me and my family, so I'd appreciate the opportunity to serve on the Planning Commission. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Ron Roy?
Good evening, City Council. My name's Ron Roy. I live in Fairway Canyon, and I'm asking for your vote for Planning Commissioner. What is good planning? Good planning allows Beaumont to protect and improve the quality of life for its citizens. Local planning authority is derived from a city's police power to regulate land use and physical development. The City Council is usually the final arbiter of how this should occur. Planning is a refining process that allows the city to arrive at the highest quality for its uses of land. As I'm familiar with the planning process with relevant background in real estate, land use development, and planning, as a planning commissioner, my role will be to analyze findings presented by the planning department and other staff and make reasoned, hopefully compelling, recommendations to the City Council based on my understanding of Beaumont's general plan, specific plans, zoning, and other laws and policies. My duties also require that I incorporate other city objectives, such as Beaumont's economic development strategic plan, its policy on land use and sensitive receptors, and its sustainable climate action plan. The city's general plan and specific plans have allowed the city to grow such that land uses are, by and large, appropriately located to preserve their desirability while preventing conflicts with other incompatible land uses. The city needs to continue to be vigilant here. Beaumont needs balanced land use so that no one single land use dominates. The city needs to make land use policy so that Beaumont continues to grow as an iconic community that's forward-thinking. Yet, Beaumont also needs to preserve what draws people to live here. Its small town feel, bucolic neighborhoods, community heritage, and its natural setting and its clean air. So let's make planning great for Beaumont. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so a couple of things we need to do first. So first, let's go and, I didn't ask for public comment, so let's check and see his phones and written. Are there any items, any persons for public comment for J1?
I do have a request from Mr. Ron Roy for a public comment.
On the same item? Right?
Oh, no, I don't have public comment.
Okay.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, so seeing none then, we'll go now. Ms. Wheelwright, can you give us let council know and remind them of the 3 names that were removed?
Yes. I removed them from the list, yes.
Oh, okay, so 1, 2, 3,
However, the
4,
last-
5, 6, 7.
The last name on,
No, it's up to date, yeah. Okay, all right, so then at this point, we will have a council, will be able to ask applicants questions. So this is the interview process as per our ordinance. So feel free, Mr. White, go ahead and start us off.
Okay.
Well, you have your light on. so
I
you
know,
can-
I was answering another question, but that's fine. I'm good. I'm good.
You trained me and I'm used to the light.
So first of all, council sets policy. And council decides what policy we want the planning commission to follow. And I think it's important that you as applicants understand that and understand that you may be put in a position where you need to make a decision on something that may go against what you think your policy would be versus what the policy that the council has determined. So with that, I'd like to start with, how would you like to do this? You want me to bring someone up and then we can all ask that person
Yeah,
questions?
so we'll do that, and if anyone else has it, this way then I'll go back and forth.
Okay.
Right, and then you'll go to your next person and so forth, and then if someone else wants someone else, then they can do that.
Okay.
So we should have everyone covered.
Okay. So I have questions for most of you, but I'd like to start with Mr. Tolbert. First off, I do want to assure you that Potrero has not been stalled. We received $50 million this year, and we will be beginning construction on the off-ramps and on-ramps beginning in 2025.
Okay.
So we are moving forward with that. So that brings up your area of town. First of all, how do you like where you're living in Olivewood?
I do. I enjoy it.
Okay.
I enjoy it. It's a great community.
You like the new fire station that's going across the street?
I'll see after the fire trucks start going how much I like it.
Okay, so, hang on one second. So I think what I wanted to bring up from the comments that you made was basically what I had started with my statement, which is, do you believe that you're in a position to be able to look at the project and determine as a planning commissioner whether or not it meets the goals of the city council, as well as the legal issues that come with moving a project forward? So often staff will come and say, we need to get this approved, and then you have to have the discussion with the rest of the council. So assuming that, let's say that you have someone on council or on the planning commission that is really outspoken, but yet you're not agreeing with their approach. What would what would your approach be up here on the dais with that?
If someone on the city council,
Someone on the planning commission, one of
Planning
your
commission.
colleagues is very vocal and opinionated and sort of leading the discussion, and you want to, I mean, it's sort of it's a dialogue that we have to go back and forth, and the planning commission would have to do the same as well. So how would you handle someone who?
well, I think oftentimes I sit on many boards, and the loudest person in the room isn't always the right person in the room. What I find is that you have to always just go back to the rubric. So we're here to make a decision. These are the parameters. What fits in those parameters? Because I don't think anybody should be on the commission to push their personal agenda. I think everyone on the commission has to be there to go within the vision of the city. There's a vision for the city, and then there's a commission that is there to make sure that that vision happens within the parameters that are set.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had for Mr. Tolbert at this time.
Okay, so let's open it up to council. Those that have questions for Mr. Tolbert? Mr. Lara, you have questions?
Sure, yeah. Mr. Tolbert, I appreciate the fact that you've coached 3 basketball teams, so thank you for giving back to the community. Planning commission is very, very time-consuming, very labor-intensive. There's gonna be a lot to read, a lot to prepare for. I just wanna make sure you understand it, or make sure that you do have the available time to commit to this, because it's extremely important coming to those planning commissions prepared, and also being able to make every planning commission. Is time gonna be an issue for you at all?
I have an assistant coach. That helps me. I also, being in the pastorate, I control my own schedule and my own time. And so I will be able to commit what I need to commit to be able to go over the information. I'm used to being in theology seminary. I'm used to being up late nights studying, reading, taking in and absorbing information. So the information won't be an issue, or the commitment of time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Tolbert, so Looking at your application, I see some excellent financial experience.
Yes.
I like how you mentioned community involvement and being a part of the solution. Couple of quick things. One, you realize that if decisions come up regarding either your area of your church or so forth, or even concerning perhaps basketball or the school district, if there's something that you have any type of conflict with, you'd have to recuse yourself, and you're aware of that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you on that. Also, I didn't see a lot of experience with any type of building plans and stuff like that, but you don't need that. You can learn as you go along. Do you think not having any of those type of experience, reading plans or understanding codes and stuff, do you think that'll be?
Well, I do have a little experience. We're actually in the middle of a building project now at the church, where we have some land that we have on the market. We bought some land right before COVID, and then when the market hit, it crashed. So we're actually in the middle of working with San Bernardino Valley College to acquire one of their properties. And we just are submitting our proposal to them with our plans and and working with engineers, and also with our architect to get the project done. So I understand how to look at it in the project proposals and everything.
Excellent. And the last thing, one of my colleagues mentioned being able to look at the city as a whole. You know, we all have our preconceptions and some of our beliefs and backgrounds, but for the betterment of the city, you have to look at each project for how it's going to help the city in total. So I'm asking you, and I usually ask everyone, do you believe you can be neutral, open-mindedness when it comes to your decisions, even if it is against maybe a personal belief or any of your preconceptions you have for the betterment of the city?
Well, I think that there should be a separation between my personal beliefs and what is best for the city. And sometimes those will align and sometimes they won't. But there has to be some type of separation to where I can look at go back to what the parameters are. What goal are we trying to reach, and how we want to get there together as a unit.
Perfect. Okay, seeing no other questions, thank you.
Thank you.
You can be seated. All right, Mr. White, you're next. You might as well.
Someone else can?
You have a role. All right. Unless you'd rather, you said you had a list, so go on.
Yes. Mr. Anders. So some of your comments in your application, I'd like you to expound on it.
Sure.
And understanding sort of what I prefaced my earlier comments to, as well as one thing you guys all got the advantage to see was us sort of be like a planning commission today with that first item.
Yeah, that was neat.
So you mentioned, I think, I'm going to read some of your quotes and then just sort of let you explain them.
Yeah.
I think our town in the large add to our population has lost sight of that you were originally talking about. I'm a member of the Beaumont community and been for a long time. I remember the high school motto, big enough to serve, small enough to care. And then you wrote, I think our town in the large add to our population has lost sight of that. What would you, or would like to help return to that care as we grow? And then a little bit later you say, our quality of life has sadly, in my opinion, gone in the wrong direction. I'd like to see something done to bring back our small town feel, address our homeless population, look into planning out our schools' parking drop-off and pickups, and add to our parks and open spaces more community outreach and revitalize our downtown. So I'd like you to.
Well, like I said, the motto was, big enough to serve, small enough to care. Now we've become too big to care, and service is proactive, reactive, not proactive. I don't know if you took a sample of the city, half people know this building exists or what goes on here. There's just no outreach anymore for the city to say, hey, come down to these council meetings, give your input. The more, the better here, I think. I don't know if any of you have kids and have tried to drop them off. It's a nightmare. There was no foresight, I thought, in planning coming and going. I mean, the middle school. Try getting into the middle school and you're 20, 30 minutes going in and out of there. You're smiling. I think you probably know. So, and if we just had opened up another, that giant field right there, why didn't we have another exit out there? So it's a circular thing, or they have that circular thing they cordoned off. It's just, there was no foresight, I thought, in building that school in particular, also to being as close to the high school, and then there's the elementary school right there, that whole area. You just don't want to go through during school drop-offs or pickups because it's a mess, you know? So maybe putting some more police out there as well, because it's people, I mean, a kid just got hit the other day. You read about it on the Facebook all the time. So I think that we could address that particular issue if available.
Thank you. That's all I had, Mayor.
Any others from Mr. Young? Right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Want to take a break? Is someone else? I have someone else.
You can go ahead.
All right, yeah, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I'd like to call up Mr. Southern. Can I call you Philip?
Yes.
All right, so Philip, I appreciate reading about and hearing about your experience with the city of Menifee and with Banning. What have you learned with serving those cities and taking that knowledge and applying it to the city of Beaumont, and something that maybe might be amiss or something that you've learned there that can help you on the planning commission?
Sure. I think, communications is really important, and that's what I do. So there's a lot of value in making sure that residents are informed and engaged about the projects that are coming in, what the impacts are going to be, how those impacts are being mitigated. So I think that's something that's really important for cities to do, is make sure that they're communicating those projects coming in and taking a proactive approach in that regard.
Okay. And I view the planning commission as getting into the weeds, where maybe perhaps your position was the 10,000-foot level. If you can take a moment and maybe just how you can, as I kind of posed the question earlier, hit the ground running.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I mentioned before, I did do a lot of private consulting work where I was working with developers on projects. So was very involved in those processes, going through environmental impact reports and working through some of those as well with the planning process with cities and counties. So I'm intimately familiar with going through those documents, and it would not be something that I'm not familiar with.
Okay. And then currently working in Menifee, and I understand that staff puts in extra hours. Do you see any conflict with being able to serve?
No, it's something I talked about a lot with my family and my job as well. They were very supportive of me applying for this position. Fortunately for us, too, the planning commission meetings line up alternating with our city council meetings, so it won't be a conflict for me to attend. Should not be a problem at all.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you, sir. That's all I have for him.
Okay. Councilmember Laura, would you like to ask Mr. Sutter a question?
Yeah. Evening. So, you touched on that. You've got to drive from Menifee, and I know that your family's very supportive, but do you have is it city manager that you would be having to work with, or to allow time to come out to attend the meetings?
Yeah, and I did have that conversation with our city manager in Menifee, and as I said, she was very supportive of me applying for this position, and I would be able to carve out time. I'm very fortunate in that regard, where I have flexibility with my position, where I can move time around to accommodate the meetings here in Beaumont.
And with a young family, you'd have the time to commit at home to do
My
that,
family,
correct?
unfortunately, is not very young anymore. I have 2 teenage boys. They're both high school age over here at Beaumont High School, so they are very independent and less needy on dad. So it's giving dad something else to do while they're off doing all their exciting stuff. So,
Okay. And you've got a lot of background. I understand, looking at your resume, you've worked with planning, you've gone through the documents. Could you remain objective in your decision-making going through that process?
yeah, absolutely. I think, Councilmember White alluded to the fact, that the council sets policy, and it's planning's job to, utilize what the city's adopted in their decision-making process. And I believe very strongly in following that protocol.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mayor.
You gonna ask Mr. Southern again? No. Let me ask him a question. Just, so Mr. Southern, we worked a little bit in the past together, and I appreciate your integrity, and I know you have experience and knowledge. But a little bit of follow-up to that, because I need to be convinced, because I know you've worked with some developers, so I need to know and feel reassured that going into this position, yeah, I've worked and I, have those relationships, but in this position, it's for the city. So can you expand a little bit about that, how you can separate, or can you separate?
Oh, absolutely. And I think, especially now too, I don't have any prior, my work right now that I'm doing is for the city of Menifee. And so I don't have any ties to any of those former folks that I work with. So, and if that was something even where staff or council felt it was best for me to recuse myself on a project because of prior involvement, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Okay, and not that that would have been bad if you were, I just want to make sure. of
Sure.
course,
No,
you
no,
did that.
absolutely. I have my own integrity on want to do what's in the best interest for the Beaumont community.
All right, thank you. Mr. Law, are you done with that?
I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. White, you have one for Mr. Southern?
I do.
Okay.
So driving around town, being in different parts in Beaumont, can you give me one example where our planning commission failed us, council failed us?
Selfishly, I know there's a couple folks who mentioned Fairway Canyon. I know this is not a Beaumont planning issue, but the interchange over there at Cherry Valley is just atrocious, and I wish there had been better planning on that. And I know that's a Calamation issue, but that's the one I live with every day. I know council's been working on some of the interchanges around town. I think those are high priorities. I know for us in Menifee, transportation is the number one issue. I bet if you surveyed your residents, it's probably about the same thing. So making those investments and moving forward with things that are going to improve people's transportation through the city, I think is really important.
Yeah, I agree. No, we don't need to poll anyone. We hear it all the time.
Yeah.
That our transportation, and we have in the past couple of years been able to set aside a lot of money to start working on those projects. And as you know, they don't get done overnight. It takes a long time. Just so to make you feel more at ease, the in and out driveway at Pollo Loco is a nightmare. And I think that's my biggest I drive by that all the time. I say, okay, who approved this? But anyways, I just wanted to add to that. That's all I had.
Does your wife remind you it was probably you? Your wife probably said you did. Yeah, you're the one who approved that.
Okay, who's next? Did you want to? Go ahead, please do. Thank you,
All right.
Mr. Southern.
Yes, thank you.
We're done with you.
We're done?
Mr. Ron, could you come up? So for benefit of the council, I have the opportunity to hear from Mr. Roy often. He comes to our Transportation Now Committee meetings as a member of the public. And then also with my experience as a real estate broker, and I see that you have experience as an appraiser, I'm going to give you two questions, but you can choose which one you want to answer.
Oh, boy, that's good.
One is, how is your experience with an appraiser going to be able to help you with this position? And then the other question is maybe your experience in serving with that Transportation Now Committee, how can that better help you to be a better planning commissioner?
Okay, if I could use an example of Oak Valley specific plan community, here's where I think my appraisal experience would come in. What happened there in the year around 2000, county developed that. And my experience will give me an understanding of how the real estate industry works. So you have a property owner, can be any entity, and they'll come in and buy this 2,500 acre ranch. And then they will go in and there's a process in which you evolve to the final use of the land. So you'll have the developer go in, and then they will usually go in and ask for a specific plan. And the specific plan will indicate, it's kind of like a mini city. But in this case, it was a master plan community, primarily residential. And so what they'll do is they'll come in and in the process of that industry, there'll be another party that comes in. Usually they will purchase that land. They will apply for a map. And the map allows for the parcels to be, in the case of our community, it was about 300 acre parcels. And so Lehman Brothers came along, they purchased all that land. And then that's called a wholesale buyer. So there's a whole layer there. And then Lehman Brothers, et cetera, sold, what they do then is they sell to the retail builder, which is our home builders in the area. So you have, Standard Pacific and Lennar, Woodside, And so in my real estate experience, what I was doing is I would review the maps as they're in various stages of change. And each change can require a change in zoning. So our general plan has rural agriculture R40. And so if you ask for a mapping change, that can be a change in the land use. It can be a zone change from R40 to R20 to R10. That'll be an issue in South Beaumont, where a lot of people are, the expectation is to keep that rural residential. So as an appraiser, I actually work as a cadastral draftsman in the planning department, in the assessor's office. So I saw the maps go from like the raw land and eventually result in these master plan communities. So again, we have 17 master plan communities in the area. The land use is primarily residential. Most of those are north of the freeway. And what was the other question?
Oh, it's just your experience on T-Now and how that can help you.
Yeah, I think one area I would hope we can do, and I'm very thankful that the city council secured an analyst to
Grant writer analyst?
Yeah, thank you. And I'm been proposing, an active transportation system, and I do think in the planning department that could be a key role. If we can get funding for an active transportation, that we're going to have to design where that route's going to go. And I could see where the planning commission role would be to work with, for example, the public works department. How would we establish right-of-ways? And let's say we are requesting a class 4 bike lane along First Street. It's easier to start with the vacant land we have. So Pennsylvania Avenue, 2nd Street. If we want a class 4 bike lane, the public works department, in my understanding, would have sort of the primary role to determine what the right-of-ways will be. And then we would have to work with the grant process. So I've appraised custom homes. I've appraised Bobby Bond's house. I worked in Bear Creek, did custom homes, tracts, I did agricultural land. So understand the market value of land. One really big deal is when a developer comes in and they want to increase the value of the land for their investment. Any kind of a zone change can dramatically increase the value of the land. So if you have rural agricultural land, it's $5,000 an acre, let's say. And the developer comes through the planning commission, comes through the city council, gets approval for a tract. Just through that paperwork and that zone change, you can go from $5,000 to $40,000, $50,000 per lot. So you could be looking at from $5,000 to $500,000 an acre, and not a single bulldozer, not a blade of grass has been moved. So so I think where I might have some help for you is I can see that process very early on in the process. And again, I'm here to recommend. I completely understand the role of the city council to give the best argument. Yes, sir.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, Ron. Anybody else have for Ron?
Mr.
Ron,
Roy?
come back up.
Mr. White has a question for you.
So, Mr. Souther brought up the Cherry Valley interchange, which
Yes, sir.
you use a lot, I'm sure.
Yes, sir.
And I do too. And it is about ready to turn some lights on. It's already made a little bit of impact on a daily route there. City of Beaumont has put in a couple $1 million to work with the county and banning on that interchange. But everything that's being built on that interchange right now is coming from the developer of the warehouse right there. We talked earlier about Potrero, and on the first phase of Potrero, some of us on this council early on said we were not going to put any more city money into that. And if the developers wanted to pony up, they would, and they did. And so that interchange that goes over Potrero would not have happened without the developers in that area reaching out and doing that. The sales tax revenue for the city of Beaumont tripled almost overnight in 1 year. And that a lot of that had to do with the restructuring of the way the state assesses and grants sales tax. So I'm not saying I can't legally say that it all came from the Amazon Logistics Center, but that kind of sales tax revenue has turned the city around. It has also brought in 800 to 1,000 jobs just in the one Amazon, not mentioning the others. You have been on record many times saying that no more warehouses, no more logistics. And my question to you is, if you speak about zoning, if the general plan calls for zoning, or the planning commission has to consider zoning for properties, and we have the benefits of, let me throw one last thing, a quick bill of all the transportation infrastructure that we need in the pass area, if you count Highland Springs, Beaumont Avenue, Pennsylvania, Potrero, Oak Valley, Cherry Valley, well into the $400 million. And we have to find a way as a council and as a planning commission to be able to move our city forward and get this done. So how would you address a logistics, and we have, as you know, we have several projects that are coming soon. How would you address your objection to any more warehouses with your role on planning commission to actually help decide whether or not to change land zone, things like that? So I wanted to give you just a couple minutes to address
Sure.
that.
First, I can only suggest as a planning commissioner, I can only make a recommendation, and I fully understand that. My first obligation, once a planning commissioner, is to follow California law. And so the City of California requires that each city develop every 10 years, or it can be more sooner, a general plan. So my first obligation is to apply the general plan, to interpret the general plan, to follow it. So you're going to have existing land uses. In South Beaumont, Legacy Highlands is basically going to be, it's R10 and single-family residential. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Pinckney, I just watch too much TV on Supreme Court justices and stuff like that.
Okay.
But is it inappropriate for him to discuss?
I'll
projects
keep
that
it generic if
will
you
be
need me
coming
to. I apologize
Well,
for that.
if he says it's okay, it's okay.
If we're talking about a specific project, it's not on the agenda. And also, if somebody's a potential candidate for the planning commission, they shouldn't really express their support or their opposition to the project that they may later sit in a quasi judicial proceeding on.
So I'm just asking
Sure.
in general, a project
sir.
comes that has some benefits for the city, and your position on it with no more logistics.
Oh, yes, the general plan sets goals and objectives for the community, and that basically says, it's to protect the quality of life. I think a key role for me is to represent the residents in protecting the quality of life. And land use, the way it's refined through the planning process, gives you a higher quality product. As far as revenue sources, the zoning will allow for a lot of profitable land uses. So for example, if you go into a residential community, there's a tremendous amount of property tax revenue. And
So
if you increase the population.
Just so we can get this
Okay,
down,
but
just
if-
answer my question. Are you going to have a problem
Yeah,
with an open mind on a logistics project coming before?
I will apply the facts as they come. And it's as simple as that. I'll be obligated to be objective.
Okay,
And
thank
look
you.
at the facts. Yeah,
That's all I had.
sure.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Roy. All right, next, anybody want to be called up here, over here? Go ahead, Mr. Lara. I didn't see your line.
Yeah, Mr. Gara, did I pronounce that correctly?
Close one.
Gray.
Close one. Yeah, that eye throws everybody off. And let me pull out my chat GPT so I can get at this here. All right, what
That
do you
was,
guys got for me?
Councilmember White uses ChatGPT.
Yeah.
But, you touched on a couple things. One is that you worked as a licensed contractor. How long?
This was some years back, actually. I spent some time in the Central Valley. And when I came back from the Central Valley, I took on a job with DG Construction. I think you guys saw it on there. And I became a licensed contractor. And part of the reason I did that was I wanted to understand the back-end work that a lot of job producers and developers do, right, to create these jobs and these development projects. So I worked in on a consulting capacity to try to navigate some of these projects in Brentwood, Santa Monica, and some of these higher end areas in the LA metropolitan district. So nothing out in this area. So that's what I did with my license.
And then as you work for supervisor,
Hewitt, yeah.
you were legislative aid and,
I was a policy advisor. I primarily worked on the public safety, as you guys might have seen me in several events. I've also worked closely with Mickey in some of the development projects. So one of the benefits of that is I understand some of the need in this area, the relationship between the tribal council as well as Banning and the pass area. So I think that gives me a unique perspective on the long-term goals and need for this area.
okay.
You know, I have sorry.
I'm sorry, and my last question is, the time commitment is extremely important, obviously, that's just multiple
Absolutely.
candidates. Are you able to dedicate that time, both, I'd say at home and then at the meetings as well?
Well, I don't have any kids. I am married. My wife is very supportive. You know, she gets to work from home, so she has that ability to stay there. And I am a chief of staff now, so I handle a large amount of employees internationally, both in Mexico and here. So I have a pretty big staff that allows me to have this flexibility in time. My boss is actually a very big supporter of nonprofits and all that. So he's very committed to the political landscape. Actually, we hosted something here in the past where we donated hundreds of backpacks, PPE, as well as shoes. And he hosts a yearly nonprofit healthcare in the city of San Bernardino. And we're actually trying to work with the city of Paris to do that there as well. So my boss is very understanding on what my venture is here and how important civic engagement is for me.
So there'd be no reason for you to miss any of our meetings?
None whatsoever. No, I do travel to Mexico, but that's on the weekends for our operations there. If not, I'm on the phone all the time, but no problem at all.
That's all I have. Thank you very much, Mr.
Yeah,
Guerra.
of course.
Mr. White?
So I wanted to quote you from your application.
Oh, yes,
And then after I read that to you, if you could sort of address the question that I put to Mr. Roy, which is,
Yeah.
how do you, sitting on planning commission, if you have an issue with a certain type of development, but it has benefits to the city, can you approach that development as with an open mind? So here's what you wrote. You wrote, I understand the value of development and its potential impact, as well as the importance of sustainability, as I used most previous items in this planet, water. And then in the next paragraph, you say, I would like to see a positive approach to growth, balancing our economy, our culture, and our history. So if you could sort of expand on that and address some of the issues I raised with Mr. Roy.
Yeah, actually, that statement was meant more for, we need growth. We need this potential for growth. So I want to make sure when we look at these things that they're affecting people in a positive light, where we respect our culture, we respect what we're looking for in the city. So it was in no way, shape, or form trying to say I have an objection or an agenda for any project. I look at the facts and look at what the city's direction is. And so I have no problem whatsoever keeping anything personal outside of the objective.
Okay, that's all I had, Mayor.
Right, I wanted to expand just a little bit on that, so, I know along the line, of course, in your line of work, you've made many political connections, business connections, and so forth. So I just wanted to be reassured too, that during that time of fostering relationships with companies and so forth, that coming here, you can remain objective and open-minded, going forward for the better of the city.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think it goes back to my statement about moving here 2 years ago. I felt that the city is somewhere I can call home, and I don't have any kids yet. I made that point, and I want to have kids here. I want to raise kids here. So any decision I make is going to be for the betterment of this community, with no shadow politics or anything like that. I'm here to make sure I can provide a good voice for the community. That's my objective here, Mayor. Great question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others, Mr. Gray? Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
All right, do we have any other candidates that we want to bring up at this time? Mr. White, you have one more to bring up?
I do. Arvanda?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I don't believe that a council should be made up of all people who are employees or public employees at other agencies, cities. I think it's a good idea to get feedback and input from someone who, as you put it, I think a citizen of Beaumont. But as you've seen with some of our discussion earlier, there's issues that you would be required to be instrumental in making decisions. So first of all, were you aware of what a planning commissioner has to do to get projects up through the process? Are you familiar with that at all?
Yes, it is something that I looked up and researched prior to applying for the position. I also took into consideration the different impacts that various projects within the city has occurred. And I've heard other people discuss concerns that they have, whether it's in their neighborhood or within their community. I wouldn't say I live in a community. I live on a street, and it is a busy street in Beaumont. And so I have a different view of how residential housing impacts things that happen in this community.
Okay, thank you.
Question for you. So you've heard some of the other candidates and some of their experience, some of their involvement. What can you bring to the position that might be just as valuable?
I think something that I'm able to bring is a different level of critical thinking skills. I have no background. I'm not completely heated about one topic or not. I feel like I'm more of a neutral, and I'm able to look at different sides of one issue.
And do you realize that a lot of this requires the investment of research and study, reading the staff reports and asking staff questions as well, maybe even prior to a meeting for clarification, so that when you come into the meeting, you're as prepared as you can be. And then, of course, the dialogue will go from there. So are you prepared for that investment of time?
I have no problem with the investment of time. With my educational background, I've spent a lot of time studying and researching, and I went through so many meeting notes from the Planning Commission prior to even coming here. And yes, sometimes the page numbers are pretty high, and sometimes they're pretty low. So I definitely have done some research on that.
Oh, good. So prior to the application the position being posted, were you involved with coming or watching to any of the planning meetings or city council meetings prior to that?
Mostly what I would do is if I see something that's going on in the community, I would go on the Planning Commission website and see what is happening and basically what choices were made for something that I see within the community.
Okay, and do you see in the position anything that's of concern to you that you might want to be clarified now that we can answer?
I don't have any concerns. Just something that I find as an issue is, I wouldn't even really say it's an issue, just things I've noticed around the community. But definitely not something that I feel would impact my choices that I can make.
Okay, and being on the commission itself, is there anything, a part of your duty that you'd like clarified, making sure that it was something that you're aware of, or I don't want you to say, oh, I didn't know we had to do that, or anything like that? Are you comfortable knowing what you're asked to do?
I would say something that I would have a question on regarding something that other applicants has brought up is my understanding is that the recommendations would be coming from outside, not within, if that makes sense. Like, I am not going to come in and say, these are my concerns regarding a certain thing, or this corner in my neighborhood, or I've thought it was the views of the public
Okay.
and for recommendations to be made within that.
Okay, so this, you understand, is the staff is bringing you a report of something that they need approved or denied, and they'll have that outlined in a staff report. You'll read that. It'll have maps. Sometimes it'll have all the documents that go with that, and it'll have a staff recommendation, and then it's your job to ask questions of the developer, of the staff, of your colleagues, to come up with a position yourself.
Yes.
And that's one. Okay, very well. Any others? Mr. White, you want to follow?
Yep.
Oh, no, are you good?
I just have one question. Can you give us an example of a time where maybe you had to have a difficult conversation with somebody who maybe disagreed with you, and how did you handle that?
something that's from my background is I spend a lot of time in meetings. And sometimes when you're within meetings, sometimes the individuals who come in have their own view on how they want the meeting to go and how they would like for you to respond. It's something that I've noticed that it's very important for me to stay calm and provide individuals with information based on how I'm viewing the situation so that they're able to see my viewpoint in addition to me seeing their viewpoint.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Did that answer yours?
Yes, no worries.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other questions, you may be seated. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, any other candidates that would like to be brought up for interview? All right, seeing none, so at this point now, this is open for council discussion. So before we go into the ranking position, any questions that we want to ask of each other, any comments you want to make about any of the applicants, or anything that you want to say before we go into the ranking position?
Are we going to ranking first, Mayor?
No, we're going to go into council discussion.
Okay.
The opportunity for council to discuss or ask additional questions before the ranking process.
Okay.
Amongst ourselves. So do we have any session? Mr. White?
Nope.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so we're taking a long time on this because planning commission is extremely important, and we've gone through a lot, in my mind, of planning commissioners who didn't complete a term. And so I think that's very important to me. I think what else is important to me is that we have, you know, I think all of our planning commissioners over the years have done their homework, and they come in and they know what they're going to be asked to discuss. But I don't see as much back and forth when I watch a planning commission meeting. I'm not seeing people who are willing to really voice their objections or their opinions, and there seems to be a little bit lack of leaders, a little bit more followers, and I think that we, in order to have a good, strong planning commission, we need to select people who are going to be proactive, and that's the way I'm going to rank my choices.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure, absolutely. I want to speak to the applicants just real quickly and then kind of have a quick conversation over here as well. Jumping in as the new council member, I can tell you that my eyes have been wide open to the responsibilities that come along with this. I want to echo the sentiments regarding homework because I definitely think that it's an important part of this and ensuring that you do that. I also think to what Councilmember White was speaking about is the sense of pride, I think, that comes with these roles is important, and I want to ensure that we are choosing people that also have a sense of pride and community and want to see this community flourish. I too agree with you. I think we need back and forth. We need backbones, and we need the ability to do that respectfully with one another and ensure that as you're thinking about decisions on a planning commission, you're thinking not necessarily about yourself, right? So this is a selfless decision. Because you're thinking about what's best for the community. And I would really want us to think about that as well up here, that we're choosing people with integrity, that we're choosing people that are showing up to make decisions for a community and not a subset of people, and that we're willing to challenge maybe what the norm is at times or what feels like the norm. And I think that that's what Councilmember White was speaking to as well, from me sitting in the seat, I would like to empower the commissioners to speak up. And I think that that's the key thing in here as well. So from my perspective, I'm voting for those that I feel are going to have an objective decision on this and that I think are going to speak up. And that's what I'm hoping for.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'd like to echo the comments that were made. I too have observed with our planning commission and other committees that we have that sometimes we have a silent one sitting there, and I'm hoping to hear from their comments and want to hear their comments. And even if it's echoing the other comments that are there, that somebody's willing to speak up. I very much appreciate your willingness to apply, all of you. I think we got a good representation of the city of Beaumont. I'm proud to be here on your behalf and to be able to choose a couple of you. And it's a tough decision. For those who are not chosen, please come back. Please keep your radar out. In the past, I had applied for something and it didn't happen, and I kept coming to the meetings, I kept paying attention. And so when the opportunity came up again, I had teased that agency and said, hey, I was your unpaid intern, I was here all the time. And so if you're able to participate in those meetings and provide public input, that would be helpful, and it would help your knowledge as well. And so we'd encourage you to come back if you're not chosen. So I'll just close with that, but again, thank you, and I wish we could pick 4 or 5, but we're down to 2, so thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I look at experience, I look at neutral open-mindedness to progress and growth, and I look the ability to set aside personal beliefs for the betterment of the city as I look at my choices. Lucky, I guess you might say, maybe not. This is a 1-year term, so it goes through 2024 December. So most of our commissioners, what, 2-year terms? Yeah, so it's a partial term. So at the end of 2024, then you have the opportunity to reapply for a reappointment. But I do want to mention for those, once we start the ranking, so the ranking is going to be based on whatever maybe some of us have stated or what we're looking for. And that ranking system, if you're not in the top parts of the ranking system, doesn't reflect upon anything negative as you didn't do your job, they don't want me, and it doesn't have anything to do with that. It has to do with what we're looking for this position. And some people are cut out for the position, and some are much better in other positions. We have many things that we offer. We have a Parks Committee that's coming up, that we have 3 members that we're looking for to come and talk about parks. We have a Finance and Audit Committee. We have an Economic Development Committee. We have a administrative body that comes up and listens to complaints as kind of an overseer type committee. There's many places that we have that people fit. So if this isn't one of them, then please stay active and look at what we have open, because there are other things that people do fit into, and they work absolutely wonderful. So I just want to make sure that you understand that, because the numbers are just whatever they end up being. But as far as you and your quality and what you offer might be perfectly fit somewhere else, and we might definitely need that. So keep that open mind. With that, then, we will go to ranking. So we have a sheet in front of us with your names, and we will be ranking from 1 to 7. 1 will be our top choice, all the way through 7. And then Ms. Wheelwright will take that and add it into the spreadsheet, so we will see where you are. And that'll give council an idea of deciding at that point. We can have more discussion amongst ourselves before nominations, or not, depending how we do that. All right, so does council have any questions on the ranking? All right, so give us a second and we will rank.
Just one, I don't know if it's a question, but a comment. We do need to put down a ranking for every individual.
Yes,
in order
1
for
through
the-
7.
In order for the numbers to.
That is
to
correct.
make sense.
So everybody will have a number 1 through 7.
Okay.
That is correct. 1 being their top choice. Okay, are we all concluded? Okay, so are we verbally giving them to you in order and you're entering them, or are you collecting our sheet?
No, we'll do it verbally if that's okay.
Okay, does anyone object?
Nope.
Very good. Okay.
Okay.
So, are you starting at the top and going down, and we'll just give you the numbers?
I'm gonna have my screen shared. That way you guys can follow along, make it easier.
Yeah, yeah, just write down the order, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So this should help. So I'll start with Councilmember White. If you want to go down in order, if that's easiest.
I'll give you my rankings starting from 1 to 7.
Okay.
That work?
Sure.
Okay. So 1, I have Mr. Southern. Number 2, Mr. Garai. Number 3, Mr. Tolbert. Number 4, Ms. Diaz. Number 5, Mr. Anders.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold on.
6, Ms. Kawakowska Ameriton. And 7 is Mr. Roy.
Okay, does that look correct? It should be on the screen in front.
Yes, it does.
Councilmember Boyd?
If you want, we can just start from the top and go down.
Sure.
You want to do it that way? 4, 7, 5, 3, 2, 1, 6.
Does that look correct?
Correct.
Councilmember Laura?
We'll have to start at the top. 4, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1, 5.
I'll go same order, starting from the top. 2, 7, 4, 3, 6, 1, and 5.
Okay, starting from the top. 4, 7, 6, 1, 3, 2, 5.
Okay, and just to verify those all look correct.
Yes. Okay, so now the rankings are meant for council to use as discussion. It does not mean this is in any way the vote nor the final outcome. It's just simply for us to understand where our other colleagues are at this point. So at this point, we are for council discussion, our opportunity for council to discuss and reach a consensus on any of these before we go into nomination. So we'll need the numbers back up so that we can see them. Thank you. Okay, so does anybody have any comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So in looking at the scoring, Mr. Southern certainly has a first place there. And my thought is, we were filling 2 positions. He should fill one of those. And then perhaps, and we can have a further discussion with Tolbert, Garay, and Diaz for the remaining 3 for that second position. Is that too many to choose from, in the council's opinion?
Well, let's, is that your comment?
That's my comment.
Okay, let's hear other comments on that, Mr. White.
Yeah, I just wanted to express why I selected the top 2. I think Mr. Souther pointed out, easily that he would be able to hit the ground running, and I think that he would. And I think his experience and knowledge in the not only just the business industry, but as well as working for cities and understanding, what happens in a city. And then Mr. Garay, I just felt comfortable with his answers, and I feel that he has the kind of background that I'm looking for, that has some experience in building. I think that he's had to deal with a lot working with our former supervisor, and I'll just leave it at that. But those are where my 2 primary choices went to, and why. I know that the plan was to discuss these before we made a motion, but I do think it would be easiest for us all if you would entertain a nomination for Mr. Southard now, and then we can go back to the discussion on the other items.
So I don't personally have an issue. I just want to make sure the other council members, since we've all kind of given our statement, does anyone have anything else they want to say that would be detrimental, that would change that? That we're okay? All right, so we'll go ahead and alter for a little bit. So we'll go ahead and take a nomination.
But understand, I do want to
Yes, of
fully
course.
discuss the other
So,
choices.
so
yeah.
here for the public, our idea is then we'll take a nomination.
Okay.
We can take a vote, and then we can go back to discussion, and then see if we can come to consensus for that second.
Okay, and these are both partial terms that both in the same year? Okay, so I would move.
Before that, let me just ask Mr. Pinckney, are we okay with that? We're okay with our procedure that we're doing? We're doing it?
It's a little bit different than, I think, what you're planning to do.
Yeah.
Under the circumstances, you can do that. So it sounds like there's gonna be a nomination for one person that you're gonna vote, and if 3 votes are given for that person, they're seated. And then you move on to the next step, which is gonna be consideration of a next candidate to be nominated for the second seat.
Yeah, and again, it is out of the plan context, but seeing the numbers and understanding, I think we're good. So
Okay.
I'll take their nomination.
So I nominate Mr. Southard for the first empty seat.
I'll second that.
Roll call?
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. Okay, and with that, congratulations, Mr. Southard. We have one of our positions there. Okay, so now let's go back to our discussion. So we're looking for our second nomination for our second seat, and our numbers are close. So we do have Mr. Garay, Mr. Tolbert, and Ms. Diaz that are very close. But again, the numbers, you know, we can also discuss others if we wish to. So let's go ahead and let's up to discussion. Mayor Pro Tem, will you start us?
Yes, so similar to what Councilmember White brought up as why he made his choices, I had Ms. Diaz as my second choice because I felt that she is with her addition, it would be a good representation of the general public. I do appreciate her comments on willing to do research and to do the homework that's necessary. I feel that she will be there as required and have that commitment. And I also appreciate her comments about the critical thinking, that we can have a good, solid, intelligent person on the Planning Commission, and they don't necessarily have to have that experience. And that was going back to one of my first questions was, could they get through that learning curve quickly? And I think she has the ability to do so.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments for those that we're considering for the second thing? So I'll go ahead and put my 2 cents in. So it is very difficult. Those 3 are very, very good choices, in my opinion. Ms. Diaz, you do bring the common sense approach and the, hey, I don't have any stake here, I'm just gonna give you my opinion on the way that I think, and I admire that. So that is definitely something that we could use on the board. The other 2 gentlemen, well, Mr. Gray has the experience working with entities and understanding the process. And then Mr. Tolbert, again, has that ability to work with others as well. So it is difficult. Again, my numbers put Mr. Tolbert in front of Mr. Gray, with Ms. Diaz coming in third in that sense. So I'm open to hear more. So right now, we've had advocacy for both Mr. Gray and Ms. Diaz. Do we have further advocacy? Mr. Lara?
Yeah, again, never ceases to amaze me the quality of candidates that we get for the different committees that we have available. I have Mr. Gray as my second one, and Mr. Tolbert is my third. Both, I think, are good choices. What I'm looking at, though, because of the amount of work that we have that's coming forward to us, you're going to need somebody that, these folks are going to be getting all this information with a fire hose. And so it's not going to be easy by any stretch. So I think that with the background, Mr. Tolbert is working on a church right now, going through planning process currently, so it's fresh with him. and you have Mr. Garay that's got the, and I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name right, the experience with public entities, knowing the process and ins and outs. So those two are very strong choices. I think they're very close. I did have Ms. Diaz down as number 4, who brings the community eye. But unfortunately, at this time, I just think with the volume of work that's coming our way, we really need folks that are going to be able to hit the ground running and have an understanding of building. And that's kind of where I'm at with my thought process at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, so you have comment?
Yeah, can I, Mr. Gray, did you have a construction background? I'm sorry. You did, correct?
Yeah, for the last 10 years, I've done construction, both physically and consulting.
Okay, thank you. I think in listening to Mr. Lara's commentary, kind of going back and forth, I couldn't remember if you had a construction background, and that's probably been one of the hardest things for me to overcome. I have a nursing background, so I know nothing about construction except for the way that the body works, which is somewhat similar, I guess. But I do think that with the amount and volume that's coming down the pipe, I think that background is very important, in my opinion.
Thank you. Mr. White?
Yeah, I really was pretty much going to say the same thing that Councilmember Voigt said. I think your professional experience in the industry and in some of the other things that you've done it puts you, in my opinion, ahead of the rest at this point.
All right, so with that, we'll open to nominations.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Mr. Mario Garay for the seat.
I'll second.
Actually, we don't need to.
You're right. We don't need it. It's just a nomination.
But that's, so let's go ahead and see if we can get 3.
I think we have to take all the nominations first.
So you have a vote now.
But
Yeah, we can. He's correct.
we need to take
Yeah,
all the nominations
he's correct.
first, so that we know why we're saying no to one, because there
That's
may be
correct.
another one.
Because if we don't have majority, then we go to the next.
Correct.
So we have one nomination for Mr. Garay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to nominate Arvanda Diaz.
Okay. Second for Diaz, second nominee. Mr. Lara, do you want a nomination? You had your light on.
I'm sorry.
You're good? Okay. And I'll nominate Mr. Tolbert. Okay, so right now we have in order, we have Mr. Garay, Ms. Diaz, Mr. Tolbert. Any further nominations? Okay, if not, we'll take roll, starting with the first nominee, Mr. Garay.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn,
With 3 yeses, I'll make mine a yes as well.
Mayor Martinez.
It's moot, yes as well. Not that it's moot against you, but it's like it would matter if I said. All right, well, thank you for everyone. That makes Mr. Garay our second seat for the Planning Commission, so congratulations. Again, we have other options, so keep track of what's going on with the city. And then in December 24, we'll have openings for planning again. So thank you for everyone for coming, and we appreciate that. Whew, that was a grueling one, but it was well worth it. Like Mr. White said, we have to get the right candidates for the right position. So thank you, appreciate it. Does anyone need a break?
Yes.
Oh, everybody. Okay, so with that, we'll take a 5-minute break or so. Welcome back. We're back from break. So we are now on J2. So J2 action items is discussion and direction on proposed amendments to Beaumont Municipal Code, Chapter 13.21, Mobile Home Park Rent Stabilization. Staff report, Christina Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, may I jump in real quick?
Sure.
Don't get your hopes up. There's a lot of very important discussion items, but I think we could do away with number, I'd like to make a motion, if no one has a problem with it, J8, which is authorizing changes to position allocation. Unless anyone has any questions about that?
Do we need to do J7
Yes, my
first?
question is, do I need to do 7 before 8 or no?
We should, because if you don't approve it, he doesn't have a job.
Right.
Yeah, so there's nothing else on there.
If we don't approve what?
7.
Seven.
It goes with
If
8.
you
I
don't
think you were
approve the
thinking
executive
7 is
contract.
8.
Okay.
Good try, though. Okay.
So do we have to ask Mr. Vestal to step out of the room if we're gonna?
No,
we're not gonna
We'll
do
go in
Oh,
order.
no.
Do you
I
want to
just-
move them to the top? Do you want to move
No,
7
no,
and,
no.
okay.
You
No, I
could,
just
Sorry,
wanted-
that's the
I
mayor's
just thought
decision.
there
I
was one that
you
I
could approve them together.
thought.
Oh, we can do it when
Are
we
you
get
guys
there.
good with that? I'm good with that. Okay, so I'll move to approve items J7 and J8.
Oh,
Let him sweat it out.
I'll second.
Sorry, had to catch
I-
up. Ready for a vote?
Yes,
I don't
please.
think they are.
We are ready.
Councilmember White?
You can just hold up one finger for yes. Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. Congratulations. I was
Congratulations.
hoping to have more pomp and circumstance, but I guess not. All
Mayor,
right.
Mrs. Vestal is here. Could we get one photo? She sat through this
Oh,
whole
my.
I think we should drill him, because I know how much you like speaking
know.
to us.
Let's do, so let's,
Get one photo, Robert, since your wife has sat through this whole meeting.
let's definitely do that. And congratulations, by the way, Robert. Welcome. You've been
You don't have
aboard.
any items you're speaking to tonight?
Oh, hey, congratulations. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I think, yeah, you should come up.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Come on here.
Congratulations.
You get to take a walk. Now you're eight.
Congratulations.
The Google digs. Nate and Fisher.
One more here.
All right, thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Robert. Congratulations. And congratulations, Mrs. Vestal.
Sorry, Christina.
Okay, so we are J2, and we're discussing, and Christina Taylor's giving us a staff report. I believe, right?
One finger for yes.
All right.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you this evening is a request to review, sorry, help if I get to the right item. The existing mobile home park rent stabilization ordinance. So periodic review of many municipal code chapters is pretty customary. And same with this one. This ordinance was adopted in 1996. At the time this ordinance was adopted, a significant percentage of the population of the city actually lived in mobile homes.
relative to the whole population. Of course, since then, times have changed, and we have seen the number of mobile home parks be reduced in the city over the last few years, and of course, the number of single-family home and multifamily home residential projects have increased exponentially since the adoption of this ordinance. So currently, the ordinance basically establishes rent ceiling maximums on space rent for applicable mobile home parks, to which this ordinance applies. It outlines various types of agreements that are exempt. It does allow for some space rent adjustments. It allows for tenants to request a determination if they have a concern with whether or not the landlord is complying with the ordinance. It also allows for a landlord to petition for certain things if they have something in question regarding the validity of an action pertaining to the ordinance. It allows for arbitration. It basically outlines discretionary considerations and remedies for violations within the ordinance. This ordinance is extremely dated. As I said, it was adopted in 1996, so coming up on 30 years ago. And so we have not revised this ordinance. Since the adoption, there have been some changes to mobile home residency law, and there have been other legislative actions that have taken. City Attorney's Office has recommended that we review this ordinance, and they have drafted some proposed changes, which are included in the staff report there in the red line version. I will highlight for you just a few of the items, and then staff would be happy to entertain discussion and direction it. So there are some things in there that we're removing that are outdated and unnecessary. We have streamlined the administrative appeals process and recommended some updates to the annual adjustment and the petition requirements for the cap on the increase. We have removed some of the provisions that permit petitions by tenants and landlords both, and then remove provisions related to the arbitrator and replace that with the Administrative Appeals Board. We've updated some enforcement provisions, and then we have removed the requirement for periodic review, and then removed provisions related to the effective date and the repeal date, as those are governed by state law. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'd also like to thank Caitlin MP from SBEMP, who put all of this together and has worked with staff and answered questions for us. And she's also available on the Zoom line, I believe, if there's any questions that she can be of assistance with.
All right.
And I do want to say I did receive one comment regarding the ordinance, and it's from the representative of mobile home park owners, and she's here in the audience this evening. I don't know if she's going to speak or not, but anyway, staff has been in communication with her. We'll continue to do so through the process.
Very well. All right, so at this point then, we will ask for public comment. Do we have public comment on this item?
I do have a request from Ms. Julie.
Okay, so I'll open a public comment period at 8:49 p.m.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for considering my application for your Planning Commission. No, I'm just kidding. I'm Julie Polly with the WMA, and I represent mobile home park owners. And as just a core principle, we don't support rent control. However, our industry does support approaches like long-term leases and citywide lease accords that place voluntary limits on rent increases. And this approach provides residents predictable low rent increases and allows property owners to maintain their properties and make plans for the future. So with that being said, we recognize the reality that rent control is widely used in California, and we have a lot of experience with good ordinances and bad ones. An indication an ordinance is working, meaning providing capped rent to residents and at the same time a constitutionally guaranteed fair rate of return to property owners, is the amount of applications for what we call an MNOI application. And Beaumont has had 0 applications. It is modeled after the County of Riverside's ordinance, which I believe has 0. There may have been some early on in the 90s when it was passed, before my time I was involved on this public policy matter. But the reason why the applications are bad is that they cost the residents, the folks that you're trying to protect with the ordinance. So for instance, I was in Escondido last week at a hearing for one rent increase application, and the the city council approved a $35 base rent increase on this property and a $10 increase for 3 years to pay back the fees associated with the application. So it can be a very devastating process. That's why you have a good one. And my hope is in this process to rewrite your ordinance and address the administrative deficiencies, that you won't change the terms of the ordinance, because that is kind of the magic sauce of why the ordinance perhaps works. Let's see. This was sparked, as my understanding, of long-term leases, which are commonly used in our industry, and they are exempt from a local rent control ordinance. That exemption is going away. My industry is litigating that matter. We don't think the state of California has a legal authority to claw back a vested right. And so we were just cleared for trial. So that our trial will be next year. So I think the outcome of long-term leases is still to be determined. But I still think it's important that we're involved in this process. And I want to thank your staff for being so open to our concerns. So thank you very much.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, any further comments on phone?
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, seeing none, I'll close comment period at 8:52 p.m. and open it up for council discussion. Do we have discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I have a question, and this is in reference when a mobile home changes hands. I've seen in my business that the rent often changes. Is there anything in here, and I apologize, I didn't get to go through the detail that I was hoping to on this particular topic, but is there any provision in there that prevents how much that rate can go up, or is the industry do it by market rent at that point? My experience is I've seen different parks in the area where some are market rent, and so you see a substantial increase from when that person sells to the new person coming in. But then I also had a recent experience at a park in Redlands where the rate of that particular unit or space that was sold was much lower than the average in the park, because that home did not change hands very often. And so if it was, let's say, a 10% increase every time it changed hands, well, if it only changed hands once in 30 years, that 30-year rent's going to be low. That 10% on the 30-year rent from long ago is going to be low today. Mm-hmm. Does this address that? Does it need to address something like that? Or is this just mainly focused on the current residents and their their space rent increases at the end of their lease?
And so are you talking about if a space changes hands or if a whole park is sold?
A space changes hands. So somebody lives in unit number 90 and they sell their mobile home, and a new buyer comes in, gets approved by the park and takes over, and they're the new buyer for that space rent. Does this address that, or do we think that it needs to address what that new rent would be? Because then if there is no restrictions, I understand being subject to market value, and I certainly believe in property owner rights, but then it can jump and start to get very expensive as properties change ownership.
So we did previously have a section in here that spoke to if a mobile home is sold in place and is going to remain on site, what the landlord can increase the rent to, which was the, let's see in here, it was no greater than the average of the 3 highest rentals rates that are currently being charged. But that is being struck from the ordinance as proposed, and I can ask Caitlin to speak to that. It may be because of how we've adjusted the other portion in here that relates to CPI and the ceiling.
Okay. And then, was it Julie? Did I get the name right? And then Julie, your comments on that that question, if you could, please.
That is a great concern to us. So currently, there's a mechanism for a home that hasn't been turned over very frequently, goes to the top, or goes to an average of the top three. So there's a cap. It can't go to $3,000 and people feel like they're gonna lose their home. So there's not that, but it does allow it to make a jump to the average of the top three in the park. So you wouldn't have that situation that you have in Redlands.
Okay,
However, the draft that's before you takes out any ability for us to raise rents on turnover, and that's not right. You will have applications for MNOI, fair rate of return. So that's my hope, that we can have that discussion with staff and kind of iron that out. 'Cause
okay.
Our hope is that the terms would stay the same.
Okay, thank you. And just my personal experience,
Ma'am? Oh, sorry, we're gonna ask you one more question.
Okay.
I didn't want you to.
And so it's just a.
I didn't want you to go too far.
Thank you. Okay, and then a comment back. So my experience with that and seeing that is if that average makes sense, if the rent went too high and above that, it would negatively affect the owner of that mobile home and trying to sell it because the space rent would be too high and then decrease the value of that mobile home for that owner who is trying to sell it. So if it's average within the park, I can certainly support that.
Mr. White, you have a question?
Yeah, I had a question and a comment. You
Okay.
had mentioned in your statement that we need to leave the terms. What do you mean by that?
So the terms are what Mayor Pro Tem Fenn addressed with the turnover rent,
Okay,
and then what the permissible increase is every year.
okay.
And that
then-
has changed in the draft amendment, so
Okay.
there's a
Yeah.
cap put in there.
I believe in the current one, it's 7% from what I saw. Is that correct?
Correct. So what Mrs. Polly's speaking to, on page 568 of the staff report, it's the first full paragraph, and that is the language that speaks to the three highest rental average, and that is proposed right now to be struck the way that the way it's before you this evening. And then the other terms that she's speaking of on page 570, where it says permissive annual adjustment right in the middle of the page, it speaks to the CPI, but in no case more than 7% per year, and that's what we're proposing to add in. And so those are the terms that she's referencing that would be preferred to be left alone as opposed to being adjusted the way staff's proposed.
Okay, and so our job tonight is to provide discussion and direction moving forward. And then what's the timeline? Don't go away, but what's the timeline on that? So, I mean, what's the process line? So you're gonna bring it back to us with something that we, first reading, second reading, that kind of
Yes,
stuff?
so this would have to be a first reading, public hearing, and then second reading, just like any typical ordinance amendment.
Okay, so when we've done ordinances like these that impact industries that are working in Beaumont, I think we've been successful in working with the industry at this point. So in other words, having you provide some input and insight with staff now, and I think our staff is very open to that. That way, when it does come back to us for our first reading, that at that point you could, provide, come back with some more ideas, and maybe we accept some of the, ideas, but if you have the time, I know you've got a lawsuit coming up, but.
Oh, well, I'm not a lawyer, no offense, but I'm not litigating it. But no, I mean, I just thank the staff for being so open up to this point. So I have no fear that we won't be involved in the process whatsoever. And it's just a really unique little carve-out part of public policy. Not a lot of people know and understand mobile home park rent control ordinances. And it's been a good discussion with Christina up to this
Oh,
point.
good,
So, yeah.
good, because we don't understand it.
I know. Well, sometimes people make changes like removing the exemption to turnover, not realizing that it's having a significant impact on our investment.
Correct,
And so we just want to keep the good ordinance moving along in Beaumont and keep a peace of mind and housing security for the residents that they're not going to be priced out of their homes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I had,
Mr. Laura?
I have a question for the young lady. Sorry.
Don't go anywhere. Just take that front seat there.
I'm going to
More you bargained.
give you my application for you. No, I'm just kidding.
You indicated that, based on your experience, that we haven't had any arbitration on rent at this point under this ordinance.
No.
Which, me thinking is like, is this ordinance even necessary then? But I guess maybe that's why we haven't had the arbitration, I don't know. Because it concerns me that when you start to, the city reaches over, does what I think is an overreach into a private industry to try to control something. So, but have you dealt with any cities that have a, maybe not necessarily an ordinance, but a program that works both for the renter and the?
Oh, sure. Yeah, and Ranch Cucamonga has a voluntary rent accord. City of Vista has something similar. I'm working on one in National City currently. So voluntary agreements are really good because then you know you're not going to be sued over your ordinance.
Okay,
So,
thank you. Appreciate that.
Good?
Yeah, I didn't necessarily have anything. I was just gonna ask for some points of clarification from staff.
You want her back up?
No, not for her, just for staff. The staff.
Putting her on the.
I know that we're updating the ordinance to match new law is what some of my assumptions are. Is there a way to highlight in this what changes are associated with that? And then also to maybe give some more color, I guess, to why the 7% was chosen or recommended? Maybe when we bring it back, or if unless you have info on that now. I don't know if that was, okay.
Yeah, it was, we looked at, CPI in some regard, and then looked at some of the ordinances that legal has worked with or seen in other areas, and that seemed to be what stuck as the most reasonable. And because there wasn't a cap in there before, it allows for increase, but not at the current inflationary rate, where it's necessarily going to be super high.
One more thing. Would there, maybe this is for John or to take it back, would there ever be a time where we would paint ourselves into a corner by assigning a number to it? What are the pros and cons of leaving it open versus having it?
I was just gonna say, it wasn't completely open before. It just referenced the
CPI or something?
Up to 100% of CPI.
Okay.
Do we know what CPI is this year? It's gonna be about 7.
4.9 as of September.
Mr. Lara?
Okay, yeah, I've got staff questions. So, I appreciate going, with the concerns on the rent, but I also want to make sure the city is doing what it can to ensure that the parks are actually safe and healthy to occupy. Driven by some of the parks, and I have some concerns, but never went through and inspected them. And this may be a mute question, but having a rent control, does that help with RENA numbers?
It doesn't necessarily help with RENA numbers because those units are already existing, but what it does help is us to retain and not lose, right? So what could happen if rents went up too high, and it could go from maybe being a low income to maybe moderate or something like that, unless there are specific deed restrictions in place. But I don't think it doesn't necessarily help us or hurt us. I think it would hurt us more if we lost the affordability of the units.
Okay. And would it be possible, the young lady, and I'm sorry I don't have your name, but to maybe as an option to being under this ordinance is to have if a park owner decides to do long-term leases in his park, then they don't fall under this ordinance? Can you look into that, if that's possible? So I understand that the purpose behind this is to help to control the rent for low, moderate income folks, but we don't look at apartments. It seems kind of one-sided to me. Just a question or a comment. Under G, let's see, I'm sorry, you know what, I didn't put the section, but it references where you have 2 or more mobiles for rent, it's considered a park. Do we think we need to consider changing that because of the ADU units, where you may have maybe 2 mobile homes on a single-family residential lot? That wouldn't necessarily constitute a mobile home park. That, you know, you have the primary structure and then you have an ADU unit.
Would you like me to take that, Christina?
Sure, go ahead, Caitlin, yeah.
So that two home definition comes from the state law. There's nothing prohibiting the city from changing that number. There are various different options. I've seen other cities, sometimes they're 5 mobile homes, sometimes it's 10 mobile homes. So we
Right.
do have some flexibility in how we want to define a mobile home park in the city.
Okay.
The 2 is just what the state defines it, so that's what we used.
Yeah,
Kind of as a model.
that's HCD, right? Or,
That's under the mobile home park residency law. That's how they define
Okay.
mobile home park.
so something we may want to look at with the new addition of the ADU units.
Sure.
The last paragraph, and I have it on page 6, I don't have it in the. And basically, my question is do we have somebody on staff that would have to monitor the rent? Because the other concern that I have is when you implement an ordinance like this, or we're going back through and we're redoing this, is I just don't want to bog down the few staff members that we have with another project or job to do. So, would it require us to monitor leases throughout the city? Or monitor rents? Or,
So I don't know that it requires us to monitor rents, but if someone were to file an appeal, then we would have to request the information from the park and do the due diligence accordingly so that the administrative board could hear a presentation and make a decision. In some cities, some of our neighboring cities, I believe, there exists like mobile home rent review boards, or there might be a mobile home staffer dedicated to administering, this type of program. To my knowledge, we have not had that here, and staff capacity, as you all well know, is pretty thin.
Yes.
We're pretty lean.
I know Carol
So-
was eager to look at this, so.
Right, but I will say, and Mrs. Pauly is correct, that we have not had any requests for arbitration or appeals or anything along those lines. I looked through the records that we have in planning, and as well as with the deputy city clerk, and as far back as we can recall and search, there have not been any requests. So I wouldn't say that there's been a ton of staff time, but the potential could be there.
Okay. So in section 13.21.090, B, the net operating income, when somebody wants to come back and, a park owner wants to come back and justify that increase, do we have a list of items that they would need to bring with them, or is that just something that the owner would need to put together themselves and bring in to present to our administrative appeals board?
So the ordinance outlines a description of the capital improvement and information accordingly. So that is a new proposed additive in the ordinance that did not exist in our previous ordinance.
Okay, so it's just something we'd have to work through as we go. One of the things that I saw in here that I wasn't very comfortable with was, there's 2 terms that are used. One is called reasonable return, and the other is called fair return. Who is the magic wand holder that determines what is reasonable and fair?
I'm going to defer to Caitlin on that.
Okay.
Yeah, so in determining those NOI rent adjustments, that would go to the Administrative Appeals Board, who would be the body that would ultimately be determining whether or not a reasonable or fair rate of return was being received by the owner, and whether an adjustment would be necessary in the rent just beyond that CPI increase. And there are factors that are laid out in terms of what you can consider for operating expenses and what you can't. But ultimately, that would be the Administrative Appeals Board who makes that determination. And we can try and identify some more factors too.
Yeah, okay. Page 10, item 5, it references basically using the Bank of America for interest rate or return on interest rate. Shouldn't we use something from the federal government, a rate from the federal government rather than a bank? It's page, on this one is page 10, item 5. Did I misread that?
You're correct on that. That is the interest rate that was in the current ordinance. So we just tried to change it as little as possible. So we use that same rate, but we can certainly change it.
Or just the company that you would use, I guess, is what I'm concerned with. Not using a specific bank.
We can work with finance to find out what they'd be comfortable with.
Okay. I think the last item I have is 13.21.090, item number 9. It talks about when the individual adds a capital improvement and when it's deemed complete. My suggestion is just completion or deemed completion would be upon a final city inspection based on approved plans, permitted construction, inspected work, and final inspection based on a city-issued permit, or something like that. That way it doesn't have to come back to the administrative board. It's just it's an inspection, it's closed out, and it's done. Because the other concern that I have is when we look at this, and the young lady mentioned it, there's a cost associated with going through this process. There's staff time involved, and that concerns me. So if we can come up with a process that helps to ensure that rates are kept reasonable without a lot of staff time involvement, and without, an expensive cost associated with that, because that cost gets passed on to the renters. So those are just some of my comments, and hopefully those are helpful. But I still question maybe the need for the ordinance, but thank you, Mayor, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You have a few more?
Yeah, I do, quick question. In the definition of long-term lease, is it 12 months?
Yeah.
Longer than 12 months? And Julie, isn't the average mobile home space lease agreement for at least 12 months or more? Or is that like?
A long-term lease is longer than 12 months?
Yeah, I guess my question is.
A rental
Yeah,
agreement?
yeah.
Oh, much longer.
Okay, so you don't typically see a month-to-month situation. It tends to be 12 months or much longer, correct?
No.
Okay,
It's much longer, yes.
okay, thank you.
All right. So just a couple of comments on my part. I do think that it's necessary. I think some of the reasons that we did have no request is because it was working. So I think getting rid of it and then seeing it doesn't work and trying to bring it back, I think is more of a detriment. So I do think we need to keep it. Just fine tuning it is what we're looking at. And I appreciate some of the comments that came up. I am concerned that if you do change with your concern about the turnover and so forth, how is that number gonna compare with the number you come up with? Because now is it gonna be really odd to see this scale and then you have this scale? I don't know. I'd like to see how that's gonna come out to average each other or be, comparable and equitable, I guess. That's what I'm trying to look for. So, and I'm not against that. I just want to see how that's going to work, if it's going to work, how you make it work. We'll see that coming back. And just to reiterate, this is not a new ordinance. The ordinance already exists. So it's not something the city decided, hey, we need this. It's something that we're just fine tuning, cleaning up the language. And now we're finding areas for new times that need to be fine tuned. So I think the fine tuning is going to be the key point there. So I do appreciate you working with Julie to get that point of view. Just remember too that we're still looking at trying to make the rent equitable for families and so forth, and not losing sight of that, trying to make both work. So I'll be curious to see how and what comes back. So at this point, we did have discussion and direction. Do you need anything clarified from our discussion and comments?
No, I believe I have adequate direction.
Good. Okay, anything further?
Did the council want to see the 7% cap removed and just stick with?
Well, I didn't want to see it removed. I wanted to see how it was going to work with what they were talking about in a turnaround. I don't know. I don't know the numbers. I'd have to see.
We'll work with Mrs. Polly's organization, and I'll work with Ms. Empey to provide some different scenarios
there
that
you
we
go.
can discuss, and then go from there.
Because it may not. You might have to pick one or the other some other way. I'm not sure.
Can I just clarify two issues? So I want to make sure the council's aware. The first one is on the long-term leases, the turnover, the vacancy, all of those exemptions. Our goal in striking those from the ordinance was not to remove the state exemptions. We just shifted the provision around. So if leases are exempt by the mobile home residency law, they're still going to be exempt. We removed it because these exemptions change so frequently, and we didn't want to have to keep amending the ordinance every time an exemption changed. So all we did was remove the old exemptions and make reference to the mobile home residency law. So the exemptions are all still in there, and we can work to clarify that. As to the 7% cap, I think Christina mentioned we had looked at other ordinances. That was our proposal that we thought was reasonable, but that's just the CPI adjustment. It wouldn't affect the NOI adjustments or the capital improvement adjustments if a mobile home park owner thinks they're not getting a rate of return. So there is still some leeway in the rent that would be charged on those.
Mr. White?
Yeah, one last request. Could you get us what Rancho Cucamonga's use?
Yes, I have a whole list of every city in the state with an ordinance, and I will pull Rancho and Vista both for us.
And then clarify what that voluntary means on that, because I was
Yes.
curious on that, but we can discuss that later.
So I grew up in Escondido. You don't need to get theirs.
They do have one.
Or what about Ukaipas? Weren't they like at one point? Didn't they have the
We
mo-
have Ukaipa, Calamasa, Hemet, some of our neighboring cities that have them. Well,
Okay, so everyone has direction. We're good, Ms. Empey and staff. Okay. With that, then, we will be going to J3, which is the discussion on special event permit application fee waiver policy. Thank you, Ms. Polly.
before you this evening is a draft special event permit application fee waiver policy. This stems from discussion held at a few previous council meetings and requests by various nonprofits and community-based organizations, homeowners associations, et cetera, for the waiver of the deposit required to file a special event permit application. As a refresher, July 1st of this year, our new fee schedule went into effect. A major special event now has a deposit-based fee of $5,000. A minor special event has a deposit of $500. Both of these applications were previously free up until July of this year. So since the fees were adopted, as you are aware, we've had several applicants who have requested to waive the deposit. Council directed staff to develop a policy to address the potential fee waivers for these special event applications. And these would be for special events citywide. So not specific to any one area, but any community or anywhere within the city where a special event could be held. The policy covers a few items outlined in the staff report. So of course, purpose, and then eligible applicants. We have established evaluation criteria. We've established some eligible and ineligible types of events and fees that would go along with this. And then some policies and procedures on how the approval or denial process would take place. And so with the evaluation criteria, the first thing that we look at is, well, let me rewind to eligible applicants. So staff is recommending that eligible applicants include intergovernmental cooperation, which would be something like the Park District. And right now, the way the special event ordinance reads, Park District is required to file an application for a special event at either of their parks, whether it's Bogart or at Noble Creek, and they're required to pay the deposit. But this would allow the opportunity for evaluation of the event and waiving that fee for another public agency. Nonprofit organizations, an event or an entity whose event would meet the consideration criteria, which we'll get into next. And then any event that's officially sponsored or co-sponsored by the city, if that were to occur. And so the evaluation criteria is what and how we're reviewing. And this includes, first and foremost, whether the event is a benefit to the community, whether it creates positive publicity for the city. We would also be looking at the cost of providing services to the event or for the event. And then whether there are revenues that are available to offset those costs. And then, again, whether the event promotes education, public health, public welfare, public safety. And then eligible and ineligible fees and events. So the fees that we've established that would be eligible for consideration would be the special event permit application deposit, so either that $500 or $5,000, and then a banner or other temporary signage permit that would be related to that event. And that would be the only thing that we would be recommending for this particular policy for fee waivers. So what we would not recommend, based on previous discussion, would be staffing or labor costs, including PD or community services, streets, anything like that. Any insurance that's required, any other fees or permits that are required by public agencies. So if there are health permits or other things that are required, they would still be obligated to pay for those and secure those. And then any business license fee, unless it's specified otherwhere in the municipal code. And there are a few carve-outs in there for like nonprofit organizations that aren't required to pay certain business license fees. And then ineligible events would be if you're an organization based outside of the city of Beaumont, unless there is a demonstrated benefit to the residents. Events or activities that are not open to the public, because the goal is to, make sure we're doing activities that promote public engagement. Events that are political in nature, or events held by people seeking political office. Religious organizations seeking space or facilities for services. Corporate events, family or social gatherings. Events that provide no community benefit. I know that goes without saying, but we felt like it still needed to be in there. Trainings that would charge for participation, events which charge a fee for entry, and any project or organization who has failed to fulfill a previous obligation under this policy. So that's the bulk, that's the real meat of the policy. Staff does outline in the policy the review process. The application would be submitted through community development, so it would come to either myself or the planning manager, Ms. Kendrick, for initial review and evaluation against the policy. We would also review it with the city manager's office, Ms. Gibbs, based on the policy, and prior to bringing forward a recommendation of either approval or denial to city council. So you would have the ultimate ability to make the decision based on staff's recommendation in evaluation against the policy. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions or take direction on modifications or adjustment to the policy.
Right, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Let's start with public comment. Do we have public comment on this item?
I have no written request. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, seeing none, we'll open up to council discussion. So, Mr. Lara, you got your light first.
Thank you. I thought this was well put together, so thank you for that. Just a couple of things. I think this works really well. I would also like to see in conjunction with this, like standard conditions for repeat events. I really am working to limit the amount of time that staff has to invest in that so we can generate for example, if you have an event, Sundance event, right? It's typically doesn't change as much. It's pretty static. The conditions shouldn't really change from year to year, at least that I can see. The only thing I would say that would fall outside that realm and there may need to be a charge for would be, say that Sundance has an event typically that's held within the park, public area, and they want to close off a street, then I think maybe Public Works would have to charge a fee. Because the other thing I get concerned with, and the reason I want to limit staff time is city manager has each department on a budget, and those budgets can get blown by having to donate or dedicate free time. And I just want to make sure it's fair to the department, and we kind of keep that cost down and limit the number of touches on a project like that. And I'm just talking about simple ones. I'm not talking about the large ones. But other than that, I thought it was done very well, so thank you for that. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, appreciate that. So my comment real quickly, then I'll go to you. So I do like the making sure it's open to the public. I think that's important. I know a lot of HOAs do things, but I like to make sure that it's open. So I don't believe that it should be closed off just to certain members. So I believe if you're gonna have a request and be granted, that the public should be invited, and that's the general public. I do like the no charge entry fee. I think that's necessary as well, so I appreciate that. I would like a report, just yearly or so, of how much we are spending or how much it's costing the city on these waivers, kind of going with Mr. Lara saying, I know we're on a budget and, you know, the money is coming from the departments, obviously, we're waiving that, but the time's still accumulating, and still paying employee. So I'd like to see how that is adding up. And then doesn't include facility waiver fees, right? If they want to rent, or, you know, do Chatney Center or something like that, that's a separate thing.
Correct, yeah, this is pertaining just to the special event application deposits and any like temporary signage like a banner or something like that that they might want to hang in conjunction with their event.
So you could potentially have an organization ask for both, a waiver of the facility and a waiver of the fee.
Yeah, and a perfect example of that is HCN Bank does their Halloween, you know, trunk or treat, and they requested a fee waiver. And so we waived the fee, and then they came back to hang their banner, and we're like, oh, well, that's $140 or whatever the fee is. And they were like, you know, so the two are typically linked together. Most of the time you get someone who wants to put a banner up, it's for their event. So we felt like that was the right association.
And Mayor, to answer the other part of your question, we have an adopted facility rental fee waiver policy.
Right, yeah. But I was just saying potentially, you know, you could have them stacked.
Sure.
And we have, I know. And for legals, a fee waiver doesn't constitute any liability from the city more than the normal, just because.
As long as it serves a public purpose, you can do it.
And I saw that good for the good of the public, so that would check that off. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I have a question when it comes to ineligible events, or just eligible or ineligible. If any of these events were to serve alcohol, is that going to trigger, I understand that, you know, if we get a large number of people and alcohol is being served, we certainly want a police presence and so forth. Does that deposit help pay for those police services, and is that separate?
Yeah, the police services are separate. So the deposit covers staff review time of the special event, developing conditions. In some cases, it may cover you know, Public Works time for looking at a street closure or a street closure plan, you know, something like that we may require, but it does not apply to any outside staff time, which would be police services, or if someone requested assistance with closing a road and they wanted to use the barricades, or they wanted community services or Public Works staff to help, you know, post and close the roads. That deposit doesn't cover any of that. Those are typically billed separately.
Okay, very good.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they would not be included in this.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Voigt?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one point of clarification. When these are coming back to council, are they coming back on consent, or is this something that would require votes?
That is direction you can give to me this evening. I do have it written into the policy to bring it back to council with a recommendation. So we can put it on consent or whatever. That's usually worked out with Ms. Gibbs and whoever the mayor
Okay.
is at the time.
Yeah, so I would review that with the mayor.
Okay. And then just as a point of clarification as well, so that I understand, so any event that's charging a fee for entry, so for example, Cherry Festival would be excluded from this.
Yes, the way the policy is written as it stands, that is correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Councilmember White?
Yeah, I have a question on the California Levine Act.
Sorry, I should have clarified that. That was to be attached to a different item. It was attached erroneously in this.
That was my
Yes.
first question. My second question was, the first paragraph doesn't seem to, it says 12 months before, 3 months following, and you're asking down below 12 months before and 12 months following. So I thought the 12 and 12 was the way it's supposed to be. But that first paragraph says 12 and 3.
Is that that's on the Levine?
Yes.
That has nothing to do with this. That
I
would-
understand,
oh, okay.
but
Oh.
it's here, so I can
It
ask
is.
about it, right? So I'm just wondering, because we have to, as council members, we have to be aware of what the rules are.
Correct.
And that's showing me two different rules there, so I'm trying to understand.
I'm going to defer to, are we talking about the Levine Act?
Yes.
So that's not, it's not on the agenda.
It's in the agenda.
It's in the packet. It's not on the agenda.
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
he's referring to.
All right, well, you can,
I'm happy to answer questions if you have any questions.
okay, so the question is,
But just not, it's not on the agenda tonight, but if you have questions, just call me and I'll.
okay, do you understand what I'm saying, Christina? It doesn't seem to match, so I just want to know for my own benefit what the real rule is. Okay.
Something in my throat, sorry. All right, let's see, any further questions, discussion? You're good?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let me see what we're doing here. So adopt an objective process for evaluating the fee waivers. Okay, so, I like it. I think it covers everything. I think we all gave our 2 cents in there. I think we're good. So, would you like a motion to adopt the process? Or do you want us to?
Yeah, if council chooses to adopt it this evening, we'll put it into effect.
Is that-
And we'll work on the comments accordingly with, standard conditions and trying to streamline that process and make sure we're tracking staff time and reporting back.
Mr. Lar, did you want to see it come back before we vote? You're good with that? Okay. Okay, then I'll entertain a motion on that.
I'll move to approve and adopt the special permit application fee waiver policy with the comments by council.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. All right, moving to item J4, the fiscal year 2024 first quarter budget update and financial status report. Staff report, Ms. Eustachian.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. What I have for you this evening is our first quarter budget update for fiscal year '24. Part of bringing forward these fiscal status reports is not only part of our policy, but it also provides transparency as what's going on, is how we planned for the year to go. This is for our first quarter. General fund revenues to date, as of September 30th, we've collected 10% of the budgeted revenues. The reason for this is the majority of the revenues are taxes. And so your first couple months, July and August, you're actually receiving your last payments from your prior fiscal year and accruing those back. So it is not a surprise to see this number at 10%. We would, normally if you're looking at a quarter, you'd have 25%. But for revenues, this is pretty common around this time. And I have highlighted some areas in the report that may seem a little bit off. One of them being in your miscellaneous revenues, we have, it looks like it's over budget. We've recorded the first quarter interest income in that line item, which has not been allocated out to the respective funds. So this number will go down in your next reports. We do provide general fund expenditures by departments. Overall, we're at 24% expenditures that have been budgeted. Departments are highlighted based on if they are plus or minus 10% from that 25% threshold. So whether it's lower or higher. And that just provides for if there are any questions that you need for those areas. You can, we reach out to staff. Staff is also, has been directed to attend Finance and Audit Committee meetings so that they can answer any questions that they have on the budgets. And this report was given to the Finance and Audit Committee on October 23rd. You'll see later in the report, you have expenditures are also laid out in the general fund by categories. And there are estimated actuals in there. These are very preliminary estimates. There's not a lot of historical trend yet to go by, so we use a lot of budgeted numbers, sales tax from HDL reports, property tax HDL reports, and things of those nature.
Mayor, may I jump in real quick? Sure. I didn't recognize that one of these budget amendments is for second year of ESRI software.
That's on the next item.
That's on the next item?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll recuse myself from that item.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, sorry, I thought I had the right item.
So we have wastewater is in here, and your wastewater revenues are at about they're 16%, which is where we would expect to see it, considering that you bill wastewater is bi-monthly. So this is one payment that's been recorded, and that's a payment in arrears. And then we have our wastewater expenditures in total are at 12%. There has been a debt service payment that has happened and is not recorded in here, so that's one of the reasons for being below that threshold. And we have transit revenues are at 23, almost 24% of budgeted revenues. And transit expenses are at 19% of the budgeted revenues. With that, if you have any questions, I'm available as well as staff.
All right, thank you for that. Let's ask for public comment for J4.
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll ask council any questions here. Mr. White, you have a question? No?
Nope.
All right, I just wanted to ask, and you answered pretty much, if you, I know it's first quarter, so for the first quarter, you're gonna see the numbers off. I was gonna ask if you saw any concerning trends, but you really kind of answered that. But I can ask, being here for a while now, compared to previous years' first quarters, do you see any trends of concern at this point?
At this point, no. Yeah, it seems like it's kind of rolling along the way it was planned.
I figured as much. Okay, I thought I'd ask. All right. Well, seeing none, then we'll receive the report.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll move that we receive and file.
1 second.
Councilmember White? Oh, I'm sorry. I think I had a first and a second, correct?
Second.
Oh. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yep.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. Okay, bring us to J5, the fiscal year 23-24 first quarter budget amendments.
Mr. Pinckney, this item has us approving a number of budget amendments. Can I abstain from one budget amendment, or do I need to recuse myself for the whole discussion?
And do you have a conflict on that item?
According to the FPPC, I do not.
Oh, okay, this is with ESRI?
ESRI, yeah.
Yeah.
But I just, if I can just, I will recuse myself of that one budget amendment or of the whole, whatever you think I need to do.
Well, let me see what the motion is. The motion is the whole budget amendment as a whole.
Right, so Could we make a motion? Could we
Right.
take,
So,
that's what I'm wondering.
yeah, I would just not discuss that item, and then you can step out for that item.
For that one budget amendment?
Yep.
Okay.
Related to ESRI. So we will not, and you will not discuss or act on the ESRI item,
Okay, so,
even though the FPPC has said you don't have a conflict in
Right.
the past. I think that would be a
okay,
cautious
so
thing to
if
do.
I were to make a motion, you'd be okay if I made a motion for all the amendments except for the first one and abstain from the first one? Or
We can
I
do
should
separate
just
motions.
step
You're,
out?
you're going to recuse yourself from that item, then you're going to step out, and then the council will address that one item that you have a
But
conflict
it's all,
on.
right now, it's all one group of budget amendments.
Right, but isn't there one that would specifically affect ESRI? Right, so you would approve all the other ones, but not the one affecting,
Right.
related
Okay.
to ESRI.
So if,
Two separate motions.
if everyone is okay, I'd be happy to make a motion right now for all of the other items and then step out and unless you guys have, questions on
second.
those other items, I can wait.
Okay, well, let's see if we have, first, let's ask, well, did you want to do a report? Did you want to?
These are all based off analysis and things we've been tracking throughout the fiscal year. They're pretty straightforward. If there's any questions, I'm available to answer them.
Yeah, that's what I saw. So if everyone's okay with skipping the staff report? Okay, and then do we have any public comment?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no colors in the line.
Okay, and take your motion.
Okay. So I move to approve the budget amendments excluding the first one that deals with ESRI software of all the rest.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. Okay, and state
And
your-
because I work for ESRI, I am going to recuse myself out of an abundance of caution, even though I have 4 or 5 letters from the FPPC who says I can vote on that, but I'm not going to.
Okay, that's your prerogative. Thank you. Does anybody have a discussion on that item? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve the budget amendment in the amount of $29,500 for the second year of ESRI software as listed in the agenda.
I'll second.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. Now with the meeting.
I think Roger Berg and Dave Dillon will be very proud of me tonight, so.
Oh. Item J6, the fiscal year 23-24 first quarter strategic plan update. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. In January of this calendar year, City Council held a workshop and got together and came up with 5 targets or key pillar areas for the vision of the city. It included communications and relationships, infrastructure projects and traffic, economic development and downtown, finances and resources, quality of life and well-being. From there were 30 goals, priority goals that were established. They were broken into 3 categories. There were 10 goals in each category: high priority, medium priority, and then I don't want to say low priority, but priority. So those 30 goals were then drafted with action items, brought back to council in March. Council adopted the strategic plan for 2023, and this is your first update. And moving forward, we will update this document at every budget update. So first quarter, mid-year, third quarter. We will be bringing an item here in the near future to refresh this. It will not be a workshop, if that's okay. It will be a council discussion at a regular meeting to review the progress as well as refresh it, if you want to add priorities, if you want to move priorities around. But in the meantime, I've gone through and listed all of the action items that have been completed. Those are highlighted in green. I've put in dates as to when council can expect some of the other action items to be started and completed. And then I do want to point out that there is one that is actually completed, and that's target number 4, finances and resources. Your goal number 1 under target 4 is completed. And that is the lobbyist for federal and state funding resources. The other one that I want to highlight, you met our grants analyst earlier this evening. Once she is successfully onboarded in the next 6 months, that item will also be completed. And then finally, the third one that I want to highlight is something that we discussed under the last CIP amendment. As council recalls, we are working with Caltrans on the Pennsylvania Avenue project, and that's a multi-faceted project. There's widening, there's grade steps, and then there's auxiliary lanes. And we have recently learned from Caltrans that the lanes, the auxiliary lanes, cannot be completed until the grade step is done. And so therefore that was removed from the CIP, and so I've marked it out on your priorities. That would be something that I recommend come back in a couple of years when the grade step is underway or funded. So those are the 3 that I want to bring your attention to, and I'm open and available for any questions.
Very nice, thank you. Do we have public comment?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you for that. Open it for council discussion. Councilmember White?
So you are going to bring it back for a future item to discuss changes or updates?
Correct.
Because I was a strong promoter of goal number 2, and I don't think goal number 2 applies at all. That's the develop Danny Thomas Ranch. So unless somebody else wants to keep it, I think, some input is that we don't need that one anymore. I hate to have you focus on something that we rated that high. Just my opinion.
Well, and that was one of my comments as well, and that's why I was wondering where that point would be. So I think when we come back, that'll be the discussion at that point, so we can readjust. But I agree ahead of time.
Okay.
Okay.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right. Mayor
Thank
Pro
you.
Tem?
Just a simple comment and a thank you to bringing this back. It puts us back in the forefront for us. 'Cause there's a lot of items on this list, and it's hard to remember them all. So we appreciate that, and it's nice to see with the report of what's been completed so we can show to the public what we've accomplished and what we're currently working on. So thank you.
That was my comment as well. I appreciate the thorough, it's very thorough, and I think it's necessary for benchmarks, first for departments, but also for council. So we know what we've done, so we forget sometimes where that vision is, and it helps us from wandering off and putting all these projects and starting new projects when you're still kind of in the middle of another project. And, this way we can go and fine tune our focus. So I appreciate that, and it's necessary, but we do have a little cleanup to do when we come back. And I'll look forward to that discussion.
Just to be clear, that refresh or cleanup conversation is going to be what we start working on for the fiscal year 24-25 budget. So keep that in mind when we get nearer to that discussion. The strategic plan refresh will set the framework for staff to start working on the budget. And that's why it's going to be coming forward sooner rather than later.
And that's why it's necessary to fine tune those priorities,
Right.
because if we can kick it out, we don't have to worry about the budget.
Right. And then one last item of note, we are working on software for this. It is nearing completion and will be rolled out to the public. I'm hoping sometime around the 1st of January. It is quite a robust software. It's similar to the budget software that you've seen, and so there'll be a book, hard copy if you'd like, or at any given time you can go to the link online and see exactly where we are. It gives charts and pie charts and progress notes and things like that, and that will be opened up to the public so that they can track our progress as well.
be interested in that. That would be interesting. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
I had one more comment, with our new grants analysts. Some homework to be done, and to perhaps maybe find or identify some low-hanging fruit that's out there that we can maybe apply to this, and knowing that if there are some funds available, maybe it helps the council reprioritize some of the items so that maybe it's a lower priority, but there's funds available, we can get those funds secured and knock that off the list. And so I'd imagine that's probably part of her job description, but looking forward to perhaps maybe a report back on that as we are looking at this to see if staff recommends a shift in money priority, I'll call it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you then for the update. Do you need any further direction or discussion? All
No,
right.
this is a receive and file.
All right. Okay. You want to make a motion on receive and file? We don't need.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make it official. I'll move to receive and file.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes, sorry.
Councilmember Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Fenn?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes. Thank you. Congratulations, Mr. Vestal. All right. You bet. I was surprised he was still here. No, I didn't. Okay, so just to remind the public, J7 and 8 were voted on previously. So we are on J9, the upcoming holiday and city council meeting schedule. We have discussion. Ms. Wheelwright, it's in your name.
Good evening, council. This is just a quick quorum check. We just wanted to bring forth the upcoming meetings. With holidays coming up and vacations and schedules, we just wanted to be sensitive to your schedules if anything is a conflict.
Okay, do we have public comment on J9?
I have no requests to speak. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. Well, I think it's traditional that we always take the January 2nd off for the holidays to allow for council to have a week there. So I'd like to propose that, if we're good with that.
I'll second.
I'll add a third on that one.
Okay, so I think we're good for the January 2nd. The other ones I think are very important, so it's really difficult to move those out, but I'll entertain any issues anyone has. Everyone will be here. If not, it's just a quorum check, so at least it tells us who's here and who's not.
I will be here.
Same here.
So we're good on all the other dates?
I'll be here.
If the creek
It's
don't-
like a holiday when you're here.
Oh.
It's like-
Well, if the creek don't rise, I'll be here too, so we're good. Okay, quorum check completed.
Just to confirm, go dark on January 2nd.
Go dark, yes, to say it, go dark on January 2nd.
Just for the record as well, the second meeting in January, I will not be here. It is our 20th anniversary, wedding anniversary, so we will be celebrating that.
Very well. Thank you for that.
Sure.
I guess. Okay, all right. Wow, bringing the near. It's okay, you'll make up more. Okay, we're good? All right, that takes us to our continuing agenda. So K, legislative updates and discussion.
No legislative update this evening. I sent out earlier a summary of the October legislative activities provided by our state lobbyist, RPPG.
Yes, and I did read that. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Any comments or questions? All right, item L, economic development update.
No update other than our next meeting will be November 8th. And it will be a brief meeting, and we'll be going over some additional marketing information that the committee had requested at our last meeting. But I'm sure Ms. Gibbs will announce later, but there's a ribbon cutting that afternoon as well. So we're going to get that EDC meeting gone through so we can all attend that as well.
Okay, very well. Item M, city treasurer report. So the city treasurer is absent today. N, city clerk report.
Council, I do have a formal notice of upcoming vacancies and the notice of application process for the upcoming vacancies on the city commissions and committees. I'm sorry, just committees. You have filled the positions on the commission this evening. So attached is a list of all of the city's committees and the upcoming vacancies. We will advertise for these and work with PIO office to get it on our social media to advertise the application process. And this will be brought back to you in December.
All right, appreciate that. And for the record, City Clerk Morgan did send an email to myself and to Assistant Clerk that she would be absent today.
I do have one more point to make. I'm sorry, I almost skipped it. I wanted to get this opportunity to council. I wanted to make you aware of a couple members that have an excess of unexcused absences, to give you the opportunity to remove those members if you feel like it would be best to fill those spots, because it is up to council's discretion to do so. We do have a position on the Economic Development Committee. Mr. Nerschel has been absent 6 times consecutively, and I have not been able to make contact with him. Along with the alternate member on the Economic Development Committee, Miss Annette, I have not been able to make contact with her either. 7 consecutive absences.
I'm looking for which one's that one. Is that the Maddie one?
Mayor, just for one point of clarification as well, sorry, not in regards to these vacancies, but I was noting on the notice of vacancies that's coming up, we did just make a change with the Parks and Rec Committee for 2 alternates, so I don't know if that changes the amount of seats there or not. You have 4 seats noted on there, so I just don't know if that changes it or not.
It would. With the changes that you made to the policy, we would be adjusting the vacancies on this.
Thanks.
Well, I think it's time, I'll go ahead. Comment on what she asked about the vacancies. You're on the committee still. Right?
Yeah, I think if.
Yeah, but are alternates required to attend unless there's a vacancy and then the alternate fills the vacancy of the individual?
The previous direction to the alternates was to attend meetings, to be in the know of what goes on, and that way, if there is a vacancy, that the committee can fill that position quickly without having to come back to council. However, I have yet to have any sort of contact with Miss Annette.
Okay. I was just going to say, if you could contact her, tell her there's an opening and we can move her up, maybe she will show, but if you can't even reach her, then I understand.
So would it be your request for us to add that to the notice?
Yes, it would be my recommendation.
Okay. Well, I will agree with that.
Yeah. I would.
Ms. Voigt, you have a question or comment?
No, sorry, I was just going to agree with that. I was going to have a question. I'm thinking back to employment law that I kind of deal with currently. So if you're like not there, you're like 3 no-call, no-shows. I mean, is there just an automatic goodbye?
It is written in each policy for each committee, how many unexcused absences. I believe it's 2 unexcused absences in a year. And then after that, but at any time, council has discretion to remove a committee member.
Usually alternate would go there.
Would pump up, right? Yeah.
And if that's the case, then we'd come back to start it all over again like we're doing now. All right, so I think you have direction on that, so please add that to the list of openings.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Item O, City Attorney Report.
No.
Item P, City Manager.
Couple quick reminders. Tomorrow, ribbon cutting at Shadow Creek. This is our first inclusive playground, and we are very excited to open it up to the public. And then the chamber breakfast is Thursday instead of Friday, since Friday is a federal holiday, and Saturday is the parade. If any council member, mayor pro tem have any questions about the parade, please see me or Doug. We are looking forward to it. We are going to add lunch this year. We're slowly increasing our program and community event. So this year we'll have the parade, the program, and then I have it on good authority that it's hot dogs and hopefully bratwurst. I know the cook.
The busy cook. All right, thank you for that. Any questions for Ms. Gibbs? All right, then that brings us to item O, future agenda items. Have anything that,
Since you corrected me earlier.
oh,
tonight.
yes, I'm a Q. I can't even see my eyes. All right, future agenda, anything would like to be clarified or added? Mr. White?
Yeah, I have two that I'd like to be considered. First of all, RCTC just released the traffic relief plan to the public, and there's a link to it, and we can get that link shared with everyone. The traffic relief plan is sort of a guide to projects that are prioritized throughout the county. It is likely or possible, probably likely, let me change that. RCTC will probably at some point next year decide whether or not to support putting a ballot measure on the ballot for another Measure A sales tax for projects. It is something that whether or not asking right now whether or not we support another sales tax, but the next 2 months, probably peaking at the end of January when RCTC has we have our workshop, there will be a lot of campaigning for your projects, your areas. If you look at the traffic relief plan, Beaumont has been mentioned significantly, Beaumont in the past. But what I'd like to suggest is that we have a workshop, and we can do it in January since you got time off in January. But, and I think we could get someone from our CTC to come and review the traffic relief plan, because I would like to have some input from the rest of you before the January workshop. So if you guys are good with that, I think a workshop separate of a council meeting is important because it's a big project and it's something that if a Measure A does eventually get passed, it's something that's going to be the guide for the next 15 to 20 years. So I think we really need to put ourselves up as best we can on that. So if that makes sense, I think a workshop on that. We could do it in December. That we give us a little more time. But anyways, I'll let you work on scheduling if everyone agrees. The other thing I was thinking about as I drive to Redlands each morning and I get stuck in traffic going down the hill, there's a couple City View Kaipa billboards up there that have all sorts of advertisements. We've talked about this before, both on Economic Development Committee, and I think we've sort of talked about it a little bit here. I would like an agenda item where we consider an advertising campaign, a professional advertising campaign about the downtown. And I know that could come from the Economic Development Committee, but I would like to see direction from council if we do decide to go in that direction to provide the either take it on ourselves or provide direction to the EDC to take care of that. And I think we want to address that before we start during the budget process. You know, if we're going to do something like that, I would love to be sitting down there and see something pop up that says, are you tired of sitting in this traffic and would you like to just open a business in Beaumont, something like that. We could do it on Calamasa or Banning's billboard as well. But anyways, those are my two ideas.
Just a quick question. So marketing campaign is for bringing in business into Beaumont, not talking about downtown revitalization, but talking about promoting Beaumont.
I think promoting Beaumont, but I think we need to make everyone aware. I mean, as we talk to more and more people and they realize what kind of offers we have in our downtown. Okay. So I think that's a full discussion. And I think we now have a PIO that can help us work through that, so.
Well, the economic development discussed that based on your recommendation. The only thing was is that you had that medical issue, so that you weren't at that meeting. But economic development is working on that right now.
Then I guess EDC needs to get that to us before so we can consider it in a budget process. I just didn't see any movement from them when I first brought it up.
Right, no, it was brought up at the meeting before, and
Okay.
they're doing some additional research, and they'll be coming back with a recommendation.
Okay, those, Nicole, those were excused absences.
They were.
Noted, yes.
I just got it, right? I think, all right, good. Any others?
Yes.
Yes.
I've got two. One of the things I'd like to, sorry, to take.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
You're ready. You're on.
Level of service is something that I've talked about it in the past. It's something that, right now, our level of service is, we use what a WRCOG uses, which is a level of service D. My understanding, based on my research, it goes from F to A, F being the worst, A obviously being the best. I'd like to look at getting that changed. It's in the general plan. The reason, the concern that I have is this, the project that we looked at today was done at a level D, but it didn't take into consideration the traffic from the school. Level D is something that we've used in the past, and we use it quite often. The problem is that traffic, it's one of the biggest complaints that we get as council. And a level D doesn't put you where you need to be. My request would be is that we look at least B, but that is up there, understand that, and there are some drawbacks to having that. But maybe have staff look at that and bring back a recommendation to see what they think is best. But we have to do something to address the traffic, because what happens is developers come in, they develop, they take the level D, and then they're gone. And anytime that what I find in my experience, at least when I was working with the county, is when you set a minimum standard, for developers, it becomes a maximum. They don't do anything more than that. So I'd like that to come back. The other thing, well, looking into the LOS, the conversation came up about undergrounding power lines, or taking power lines that we have above on a new development and putting them underground. Right now, the city's ordinance is 14 kilovolts and under goes underground. That's extremely low. Speaking with Edison, their recommendation is 66 kilovolts and under can be underground. You start going higher than that, the cost starts to get prohibitive. And so that was a recommendation that they had, was 66. I'd like to look at an agenda item, maybe fixing that as well, because there are some new projects that have the opportunity to do so, but they're above the KV, and then we're gonna end up with a nice new project and overhead power lines. It'll look like this old established part of town. So those are my two. Thank you.
All right, great suggestion. Okay, anyone else? Good, okay. Staff's like, poof. It's like, really? Did you see those goals we've got? Anyway, let's go to R. We're almost there. Council reports. Any volunteers to go first?
I'll volunteer.
Okay.
I have nothing to report.
Hey, I like those. Right.
I can go next.
Okay.
I do have something to report, so. Attended the RTA Administration and Operations Committee meeting last week, and there's still a struggle getting bus drivers, so I just wanted to give a special thanks to the bus drivers that we have here, making sure that we have transportation for citizens every day, because it is a big-time problem for RTA in Riverside. Attended the WRCOG meeting yesterday, the executive meeting. They're putting together a program regarding the VMT. Seems to be a lot of confusion. I was confused on that. They're putting where they would run the program to establish credits because apparently there's some projects that are getting hung up because they can't meet the VMT that the state has out. I talked to Chris Gray, he'd be willing to come in and talk to council about it. Or I don't know if somebody on staff has experience with that. I would like to just go in maybe deeper into that. But it does look like it's a viable program. City of Riverside has two big projects right now that they can't get the VMT credits for, and so they're stuck.
Could you just give me what VMT stands for? Sorry, do you know?
Vehicle miles traveled.
Okay, thank you.
It's a new, fairly, well, it's from 2020, but it's the state requirement.
Yeah, vehicle miles travel is now what we have to use in the traffic studies that we perform for CEQA analysis. Prior to 2020, we were able to use a level of service, which is the LOS that Councilmember Lara was referring to earlier. So what happened when the CEQA statutes changed, we're required to now analyze for VMT, but we also retained the city's ability to assess level of service and put mitigation measures in to maintain a minimum level of service as well. Because at the time VMT was so new, and it still is problematic with either mitigating for VMT or trying to hit those goals. So that's all of sort of the brief background.
And the last thing is the new park update in Three Rings Ranch. Took my grandkids there. They loved it, so thank you.
I'll go next.
You were on the swings, you know.
I was actually at the sports park, and I heard 3 different moms talking about the park. So I did want to provide that feedback. They love it, and I think it's excellent. So I agree with you on that as well. The only update I have is that I attended the collaborative last week. Always an exciting and eventful meeting. And I just want to say that I appreciate all the collaboration that is done from our side of things, and we'll continue charging forward.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
All right, I've got the long one tonight. I do have a question for council at first. We do have a Veterans Expo that's coming up on January 20th, and I was the MC for that last year. Was wondering if we had a volunteer that would like to do that. I don't want to hog it all, but I told the group that I would do it if we didn't have somebody that would like to. It would be Saturday, January 20th from 10 a.m. to 1, and it would be just the MC, and I think we had a couple of council members attend that last year. And so I don't need an answer tonight, but if that's something you're interested in doing, please, let me know, and I can report back to our veterans group on that.
When is that again?
Saturday, January 20th.
We could just agree that it'll be the mayor that does that.
Yeah, I agree. The mayor should do that.
I won't be here.
Oh, that's right. Thank you.
And the thought with sharing in responsibilities is I will be the MC for this Saturday's ceremony after our Veterans Day Parade. So if y'all want me to do it, I don't mind, but just thought I'd give you the opportunity. So with that, there's several meetings I attended. One was the Citizens Volunteer Patrol Recognition Dinner. That was really nice. I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the volunteers that help make the city run smoothly, and certainly appreciate the volunteers. On the 23rd, with Councilmember Voigt and staff, we were able to get a tour of the veterans. Losing my train of thought here. It's getting late. Liberty Village, which is a veterans housing project. So that was nice to be able to tour that in person. On the 23rd, I attended the Finance and Audit Committee, and I'm part of the CFD Subcommittee, and we've got some cool tools that we're going to be rolling out to show the council, so I'm excited about that. But it will be more public information in reference to our CFD taxes. They expect to go live on our website in January. Maybe it's an early February meeting for that, so they can get all the bugs worked out before it comes to council, but we'll figure out.
The presentation will be to council in December.
And, it will? Okay, be ready to go.
Before it goes live.
Super. Okay, that's great. So looking forward to that. I attended on the 27th, I attended the PASS EDA meeting, and they had RCTC come out. And so to add on to Councilmember White's information, that website for RCTC for the traffic relief plan is pretty simple. It's trafficreliefplan.org. And then the PASS EDA has a website, so if you'd like to subscribe to that and see what's going on in the area, it's passeda.org. So 2 simple websites to remember on that one. And they did talk about some of the high priority projects with being the I-10 at Highland Springs, and they took the lead on that. An I-10 feasibility study, 79 realignment, looking at a portion of that being $1.6 billion. And what they brought up, as Mr. White mentioned, was the the additional Measure A sales tax measure. They're collecting a 0.5 cent sales tax right now, and that's only bringing in $280 million a year. That would not fund the 1.6, as you can see, and there's plenty other projects. And they also identified the Coachella Rail and mentioned they're taking the lead with the Potrero ramp, so we're happy about that. And then on the 2nd, I attended our Transportation Now meeting. We really didn't have an update for that. And then I would like to thank the volunteers who came out on Saturday, the 4th, for our street cleanup for the Veterans Day Parade. So that's my report.
All right, thank you. And my report, so I attended the community cleanup as well. A member of the Youth Council was my walking partner on that. I attended the Mayor's Breakfast as my last term. I had some pretty good conversations with Banning and Calamasa, so I think you'll look forward to those. I split myself up on October 24th, so I went to the park community meeting with RHA to talk about the survey and the results, or the forward part of that process. And then I went to the downtown development presentation with GHD at El Señorel. And that was really interesting. I'm really looking forward to that council presentation to see it all again. I didn't get to grasp it all because I got there a little late, but I'm looking forward to hearing that in its entirety. Police volunteer dinner was great. Good job, Chief, and your staff and your PD and everybody. It really was well deserving for them, and the dessert was awesome. Food was great. It was really a good event. RCA meeting, we approved a land swap with the Elsinore Valley Municipal Water District for some areas that have their pipes and water tank that goes through our RCA property. We entered into an agreement with Caltrans for a land acquisition that for our arroyo toad habitat that the Caltrans will be funding. And the species of the month is the northern red diamond rattlesnake, or Crotellus ruber. I love that when they repeat the names. But other than that, that's it. So, on that note, we will adjourn our meeting at 10:17. Good job.
That wasn't the Diamondback that beat the Dodgers.